maintenance, you don't want to spend too much of money, and you want money and time, and therefore all these things, they have to be on the digital mode. I want to know how much of electricity am I consuming. So can I go for smart metering, pay them in advance, and therefore the day it is going to get over, then I know that I need to again recharge it. I have to give them more money. So therefore it becomes a self-control mechanism as well. So I'm controlling it. I know every day how much of electricity has been consumed, and therefore I can control my budget as well in terms of electricity. And social aspects, of course, ultimately it is that we want labor safety during construction, inclusive design, facilities for service staff, and more than anything else, environmental awareness initiative. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a view of that some of the buildings that we have taken care of, some of the technologies, preserve vegetation, stack ventilation, shaded roofs, daylight integration, especially in offices, recessed windows, daylight integration at, I should say, in hotels, messes. So all that is required so that ultimately you are consuming less of energy. Next one. Next one. Next slide, please. So that's another view. What are we doing? Like we talk of what you want, and especially the top floor of any building gets very hot, and therefore smart surfaces, you paint it white, the light is reflected back, you're looking at pavements with lots of shading, and urban geometry by mutual shading, and so on. Now, when we look at building materials, can we look at, first of all, it should be the local material, because otherwise you carry them long distances, which becomes very expensive. Let's look into containing recycled content or industrial waste, and so on. So ultimately, it is that you do have material which is waste from one industry, which can be used in construction. Let's also look into, like what I mentioned to you, that ultimately someone should be there to guide you. Someone should be there to hold your hand and tell you what you are doing right and what you are doing wrong. And also, if you're following those principles, encourage you. So therefore, what Terry is doing, we have set up GREHA, and the verticals of GREHA rating are that you are looking at green buildings, technical development of those buildings, which ultimately help in saving energy load and water load, and ultimately all that lead to lesser of carbon emissions. So we are doing projects in India, we are doing projects overseas, and again, for construction, it is the payback period, which when solar was expensive, it was 5-6 years. It has got reduced to 2 to 3 years. So thereafter, all are your saving. The investment, which may be 10% higher than the usual project, but ultimately you are saving energy. Next one. Next slide, please. So this is what it is, that you are ultimately looking towards the saving decarbonized habitat program. And over there, when we are talking of, we are actually talking of water positivity, not water neutral. You are talking of energy positivity. So your building is generating more energy than it is utilizing. So you are actually able to sell electricity to the grid in years to come. Next one. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at the transport sector, and I always say that if your economic status improves, the very first thing on which you start investing more is energy. Energy at home, air conditioning, energy as in automobile, So you start with a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, one four-wheeler, more four-wheelers at home, and then bigger cars and so on. So that is what is happening, and that also leads to congestion. And if we look at tailpipe emission, if there is traffic jam, it is all the more. What is also happening is that because the labor is becoming expensive, we want door-to-door transportation. So any industrial house, so if they were earlier selling their stuff in a different state, most of the time it will be sent by rail. But today the scenario is because I have to load it, deload it, again it will go by train, and again the process is to be repeated. So I'll prefer to send it by truck, which are highly polluting. And therefore, the total share over a period of time, it is increasing. We are also moving from two-wheelers to four-wheelers. And if we look at that, the total freight vehicle share is going to increase. But when I talk of share, in absolute numbers, it is far greater than what is being projected over here. Next one. So what we have done next, it is that let's look into that. Can we, first of all, where is it that I know what am I doing? So therefore, can I, if I simply go by bus or I go by metro, what is it I can get? So first of all, as a responsible citizen, let me know how much is my carbon credit, how much have I saved? Then should I waste paper to buy a ticket? Or can I simply go for smart transit card? Can I have the same card which runs on the bus, which runs on the metro? And I can use any of those transportation, and what I have to pay is from one point to the other, irrespective of what kind of public transport I have used. So this is what has been introduced in India, in few cities, I won't say everywhere, and then you just have to recharge. So therefore, you are saving everywhere. You are not, it's done, recharging is done while sitting at home. Or even if you're falling short of money, you can simply recharge your card again. And you can book the buses which are interstate. You can book on this, that where exactly you have to go and which bus, what time it will start. So all those things, the digital innovation is definitely there, which needs to be expanded to every city. Next one. Next one, please. Now, what is happening is the electric vehicles, they have been introduced in India and very successfully. People are extremely happy with it. One of the things that we were considering earlier, the gap area, was that maybe at one charge, you can go 200, 300 kilometers. So what happens if I'm traveling to a city which is 400 kilometers away? Or if there is traffic on the road, so will it be that if I'm traveling from Delhi to Jaipur, I won't reach because it's it's more or less the charge value, but because of the traffic. So then there was always a sort of, should I really go for EV or not? Now the EV infrastructure is coming up. And what we are also doing is that while in the car itself, I can check where is the nearest EV station, is there a waiting time, and all that. So therefore, I know that when I will be reaching that place, and most of them are around eateries. So when I go there, I go to the restroom, have a cup of tea, by then my car is charged. So that is making very common acceptance of this technology. And we also know through AI ML that on a particular highway, what is the number of cars that are basically charged? Is there a need to set up more infrastructure? Similarly, it is that you also have software-based remote applications. So if something goes wrong, you don't really have to wait for the service boy. They will just tell you, okay, what is the problem? So the software connects you to the dashboard that if there is this problem, try this, if this problem, try this. So therefore, you don't have to send your car to the service station. You can service it yourself. So that has become a reality. Next one. Next slide, please. So what I'm saying, it's not just for at the family level, but then what we have also done is that can we go for e-trucks? So Indian Post, they have shifted 100% to electric vehicles. And then we are also looking at Concord, which is a logistic company. They want to go green 100%. So their delivery, they are using e-trucks. And in years to come, because the carbon markets are developing, so they will also get carbon credits in due course of time. Next one. Next one. Now, one of the very important things is that when we talk of energy efficiency, the industrial sector, it consumes almost 50% of the total commercial energy. And if we look at that, can we move to better technologies? And as I have mentioned to you, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for small appliances, they have already said 1 star to 5 star, depending on how efficient the equipment is. Now, what one has to look into each and every industry, because sometimes I don't feel like changing something because I say it's too expensive. So I should be able to calculate what is the payback period. If I change my ceiling fan, what is it I'm going to actually get? What is the payback period? If I'm going to spend 1,000 rupees more, is it going to take care of it? Or it is that I'm a responsible citizen and therefore I'm saying that, okay, let me go for it. So in most cases, it is that the payback period takes care of additional expense you're going to spend. It's not, you're not aware. And simple things, if I do, I'll just give you one example. We had a tissue culture lab, and which uses artificial light. Now, what happens is, and also you have to maintain temperature at 25 plus minus 2 degrees centigrade. Now, during summer months, and because of lights, the temperature, if you don't put air conditioners on, the temperature was going 30, 35 degrees. On winter nights, whatever you do, the temperature outside temperature is 3 or 4 degrees, it will drop. So a simple thing, energy efficiency, was, can I switch on the lights of my culture room at night during winter so that they will heat the room? And reverse, and in summer months also, because I don't want during daytime, otherwise temperature goes up like anything. So therefore, you just had to say that light will be on when you are observing cultures. Rest of the time, it will be switched off. Simple saving. Do I really need 8 hours? Do I need 8 hours, 15 minutes, or I need 7 hours, 30 minutes? So you can make those calculations, and which also holds true for offices. If your office is centrally air conditioned, look at, like maybe on weekends, it's a couple of management team people who come. So why not to put a separate air conditioner for their room rather than switching on the air conditioner for the entire floor? And in small and medium enterprises, how much can I give renewable energy? Because that will be more reliable, especially in far off places. You have electricity, but not 24/7. Next one. Next slide, please. So Renewable energy, one of the main problem with the renewable energy is that, especially when we are talking of solar, it will be produced only on a sunny day. When you are talking of wind, again, if there is no wind on a particular day, where do you produce it from? Same is true with hydel. It again depends on the water flow and so on. So 24/7 reliability is an issue with renewable energy. And the second is the grid integration. So the grids also fail when there is too much of energy production during the daytime. So what one is trying to do over here is that, as I said, once you know so much of electricity will be generated, let me ensure that that is largely consumed during the daytime, but at the same time, for small operations, I should have storage or alternatives are available, maybe the electricity which is generated by coal or whatever. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, we are also looking at, like when we are talking and digitization, first of all, I should know, and simple, because we are talking quite a bit about artificial intelligence, and most of us get confused. What is artificial intelligence? What is machine learning? Now, what happens is artificial intelligence is that, and you all must have experienced as well, if I use a particular thing, who is maintaining data? If I'm buying my stuff online, and you must have observed it as well, the moment you open one of those apps, that immediately also goes to the page. Like if you buy butter repeatedly, that will take you to the page where butter is mentioned. It will also mention to you, otherwise prompts will come that there is a particular scheme on a particular thing which you always buy. And it also tells you, like I was just talking one day, what is the oil consumption at home? And I was saying, let's observe it carefully. And immediately I was corrected. Why do you have to wait and find out? Just look into what have you ordered in last 5 months. You'll immediately know your monthly consumption. So then it becomes market intelligence as well. What is selling? What is the impact of price on a particular thing? Are people shifting from one brand to the other because one has increased the price or one has offered some scheme? So that way you are able to detect or uh, presume what may happen. So, and all this work, like it is not that anyone has to sit down, it's the cloud computing, big data analysis. And that is what we are also worried about, that will our data be taken by other giants and they will be using it in term, because they exactly know what is going to be the demand, say in India 10 years from now. They also have models. So that is the big data analysis. And again, let's also look into automation. So automation which is required. Human resource is comparatively cheaper in our countries, but it's not free. The other thing is, you do errors. If you put your data 10 times, there will be some error element. But what I want is, like, for example, if I'm looking at attendance. Now, in most offices, when you talk to colleagues and everyone will say, no, today I got late because of this thing. You immediately look into how many days have you come late in the entire year. That is what the automation part of even attendance is going to do. I wanted to buy something, I have put my request. This request will be get converted into purchase order, which will then, it will go, or invoicing will be done. Then that stuff will come. So immediately it will move from one table to the other paperless. Again, saving paper is an attempt to save climate. You are not wasting it. It's also cutting down on human resource. It's cutting down on your expenditure, as well as it is telling you what to do with. Next one. So now I'll just talk about the challenges in renewable energy. And as I have already mentioned to you, one of the main challenges in the renewable energy is that there is a growing need of flexibility in the grid to absorb midday surplus and meet evening demands. Next one, please. And next one, next to next. Yeah, next one. Yeah, so this is what usually happens. And one will actually have to meet these duck curve that during daytime, your consumption is not that big, but your demand is not that big, but your production is very high. Next one. Next slide, please. So also what happens is that when you have low RE generation, that tightens resource adequate margins, making sufficient firm capacity and reserves essential to meet the demand. So therefore, what we sometimes say is that my grid, because I need that much of energy, so if it is not coming from renewable energy, it should come from conventional energy. And therefore, the grid capacity is very large. And even my production has to be large enough. Next one. Next slide. So when we talk of renewable energy, so one size fits all, that is not true. So in different parts of the country also, first of all, we have a different mix. In north of India, we have lots of renewable energy. We talk of Gujarat, Rajasthan. Solar radiations are very high, but when we go to south, it is more of wind energy. And when we go to northeastern part, it is more of hydro. So it is depending on where we are, what are our needs, that is how we have to set up the solar energy plants. Next one. Next slide, please. So what we have also done, because the requirements of different countries are important, we are transiting to new forms of energy, which also calls for trained manpower and fine-tuning of technologies to meet our requirements. So for that, TERI has set up Institute of Energy Transition at Hyderabad, and that is basically to help industry, establishing center of excellence across key thematic areas, supporting startups and innovative technologies to reach demonstration stage, and fostering continuous collaboration with government, industry, international agencies, as well as training human resource from different parts of the world. And we will be very keen to develop linkages with your country as well. Next one. Next slide. So these are the main areas, like we are talking of clean energy solutions, energy efficiency, waste management, net zero emission pathways, vulnerability and climate risk assessment, digitization, smart grids, energy storage, sustainable infrastructure, integrated energy assessment and modeling, clean mobility, sustainable and people-centric energy transition, and agriculture and biotechnology. There, I would also like to mention that we have developed technologies for nano fertilizer, which reduces dependence on fertilizer, and it's 100% absorption by the plant of nano once you spray it with drones, and therefore it doesn't pollute air, it doesn't pollute water. Next one. So this is just to show you that we signed an MOU in front of the minister. Next one. Again, very interesting work, which is that can we get carbon taxes? Is it that we are talking for quite some time polluters should pay? So should we put carbon taxes on one end, and on the other end, when we talk of net zero, It means that none of the industry is going to be zero polluting, but whatever pollution you are creating is taken care by, say, by putting trees, and they absorb that kind of carbon. So carbon credit market is again growing very well. Not just that people are buying credits, say a US company is buying credits in India by putting some trees. It's a win-win because in India, the farmer gets money to plant that tree, the microenvironment gets improved, and ultimately it's the global environment which is becoming better. Energy markets are developing. We are also looking at the financing mechanism because I'm convinced that everyone wants to go for clean energies. It is where do I get the money from? And while we are talking of carbon credits, let's also look into the aquatic system. Next slide. That you can have alga cultivation because the aquatic systems fixes more of carbon dioxide compared to the terrestrial system. And what we have done is that you have alga, self-settling strains. So you extract alga all the time and you basically, because what alga does is it fixes CO2. Thereafter, when you take it out, then it is the biomass, which is a good cattle feed, which is good for nutraceuticals, depending on the strain which you have grown, and for pigments and so on. So that is what, it's a very powerful technology. And again, I thought it will be good for Nepal, especially the areas where you have water ponds and so on. Next one. I have already spoken about it. It's basically the design part of it. So let me come to the next one, and that's biofertilizer, mycorrhiza. Next slide. Next, yeah. So we talk a lot about rhizobium, and we do talk about some trees where the requirement of microbes is obligatory, many of the gymnosperms. So the practice is that you bring soil underneath that tree to raise the seedlings. So what we have done over years is that we are able to now cultivate the spores of mycorrhizae under aseptic conditions. So it's only that species. And what we have found that mycorrhiza, unlike alga, is site-specific. So once you start inoculating or putting mycorrhiza in the soil, again 25 to 45% of your conventional fertilizer requirement can be replaced. This is actually a fungus. So what it does is it makes the non-available form of nutrients available to the plant. And secondly, it forms a sort of jelly-like substance. So the water retention is more. So it is the plant responds better to abiotic stresses and thus increase the crop productivity as well. Next one. I mentioned briefly about nano fertilizer. Usually, and in all agriculture fields, when we talk of urea or most of the fertilizers, they are just broadcasted with naked hand. The farmer just put it in the field. Those farmers who are a little richer, they have urea applicators so that the fertilizer is put in the root zone. But what happens? Because ultimately your fertilizer gets dissolved in water. So how much of it is actually getting dissolved is a question mark. So what we are doing basically is that this urea molecule through bacterial action is broken into millions of pieces. And then with drones, you spray it on the expanded leaves. Within an hour, it is 99.8 or 89% absorption by the plant. So what is happening to urea today? Water use efficiency is not even 30%. So therefore, in any case, 70% of the urea is wasted. It either gets converted into nitrous oxide or it pollutes our aquifers with high nitrogen. So these products are again in the market, and Zuari is the company which is marketing on behalf of TERI. We gave the technology to them, and it is working extremely well, which again we would say that countries, especially in the hills, because if there is one rain, everything gets washed away. So in this technology, you know that it's going to rain today or it's not going to rain today. And within an hour, everything is uh, absorbed by the plant leaf. So therefore, it's a win-win technology for the farmer. Next one. Next slide, which is the last slide. So we just wanted to show you that with drones on the expanded leaves, urea is sprayed. Time taken for 1 acre of maize is 20 minutes, which otherwise would have taken many. Cost of spray per acre is 600 per acre, and so is the spray in case of manual power sprayer. It's the same cost, and water required is 20 liters as compared to manual spray of 200 liters. So it's saving at every step. So with this, I'll end my presentation, and if you have any question, you can ask me.
Thank you, ma'am, for an inspiring session. Students, the virtual floor is open to ask the question. Quickly, we can take 2 questions. Please raise your hand.
None. So either it was.
Quickly, you can ask question. Previously, few students were raising the hands during the session. Okay, meanwhile, before we'll proceed, we'll just switch on all of us camera for the group photograph. Meanwhile, if we get the questions, immediately I can take 2 questions. Please, everyone, switch on your camera for the group photograph. Thank you. So, thank you, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, ma'am, for an incredible, enlightening, and visionary address. Your focus on building carbon efficient, sustainable code infrastructure perfectly redefines how global technology application architectures can derive decarbonization and sustainable development. We are deeply privileged by your presence in spite of having lot of busy tight schedule, and even like we got the information that ma'am was very much occupied with the high level workshop and meeting with the government, and in spite of that ma'am could make it and to address us. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll proceed further. Distinguished audience, running alongside our infrastructure track, we are proud to present track climate tech and environmental analytics. To steer this specialized session, we welcome an accomplished international management leader with over 20 years of elite academic governance, recognized globally for driving institutional transformation and leading doctoral research committee. She excels in bringing industry-infused pedagogy into the digital space. Please extend a virtual warm welcome to our esteemed visiting professor to Nepal, Associate Professor Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur, to unpack her topic, the AI consumption paradox, how artificial intelligence shapes green choice and consumer overconsumption in the digital era. Dear Professor, please welcome everyone. Please welcome Professor Kamaljeet ma'am for the session.
Thank
Ma'am,
you very
floor is
much.
yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me get my slides ready first.
Ma'am, we can see your screen.
Can you see my slides?
Uh, no, ma'am.
Okay, give me a minute. Sorry, let me just get this started again. I got this all sorted out just now. I'm not so sure what happened now.
No problem, ma'am. It happens sometime.
Can I actually just WhatsApp to Dr. Hari my slides, Dr. Hari?
Sure, sure.
Okay, give me a minute. I WhatsApp to Dr. Hari, then Dr. Hari can share. Yeah?
Okay, Professor Kamaljeet, please.
So once you receive, please share the presentation. We can start sharing from the technical time.
I have shared already the slides to Dr. Hari, so I hope he can receive it.
Did you send me, please?
Yes, I've shared with you.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm able to share. Are you able to see my screen now?
Okay. Yeah, going on. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, okay, thank you very much, the organizing committee. I've been corresponding with Dr. Shipra and Dr. Hari on this. Congratulations on organizing this virtual conference on Innovate Green Business 2026, which is a very important chapter across nations, yeah. And I would like to also thank Dr. Viba earlier, where she shared some very technical, especially on architectural, I could see on green building indexes and lots of statistics to show that was very in-depth. And also she helped me to cut short my presentation because she spoke about what is Internet of Things and the difference between machine learning and AI, which will be part of my presentation as well. Okay, so I hope the screen is clear. So I am Associate Professor Dr. Kamaljeet from Kuala Lumpur University of Science and Technology. Before this, we were called the Infrastructure University of Kuala Lumpur. Now we have a new management shareholder from China who has actually the major shareholders, and their vision is very much into building AI in developing the Malaysian industries. Okay, my background, it's more on consumerism. I'll be speaking less on hard infrastructure, but soft infrastructure. So soft infrastructure is us human being, yeah? So what is my title all about is talking about how AI is actually helping us to make decisions in or educating consumers on how to make smarter, sustainable choices, living a lower carbon footprint, on how actually educating on how we're supposed to buy less or buy better, and etc. etc. And as what our ancestors and our parents will always say, to everything there's always a good thing and the bad thing. All right. So now, if I was in a physical session, I would have asked a few questions to see how many people would agree or not agree on how technology helps human evolve, especially in decision making. So here, when we are looking at the good part of AI, we cannot put aside on the negative things that can happen. We will speak in detail about how AI is now making us to consume more, or is it helping us to consume better? So that is the theme of my presentation today. It's something for us to reflect, because each and every one of us are consumers, and many of us, I'll be also talking in the perspective of marketers, all right, and also consumers, and see how this AI is creating this consumption paradox. So okay, how AI is transforming? AI is making us, or making consumers to see what they want to see. What are consumers desiring? What are we desiring as consumers? What do we want to purchase, and how do we want to purchase? Are we creating sustainable consumers, or are we just helping consumers to become more efficient in the purchases of whatever item that they need on a daily basis, or even occasional? So these are things that we as consumers and marketers have to always look into it. The basic needs of, if we look into the basic principles of the Maslow hierarchy theory, or when we look into the marketing concept, when we look into the basic needs, basic needs just actually a survival requirement, what we need: food, shelter, others. Okay, these are our needs. But when we want to look into wants, then further this goes into, for example, food. Malaysians, they love to have their nasi lemak and nasi goreng, which is rice-based. Those people who are from China, they would like to have something which is noodle-based, etc., etc. So how needs transform into wants, and finally, even when we have the wants, that's when demand, all right, where we consumers desire to have something extra. We just need a vehicle to transport us from location A to B, like what Dr. Biba said, using the public transport. But then there's a desire, maybe you start using taxis or your two-wheelers, then after that you use public transport or your electric metros, and then you want to buy a car, then you want to buy a better car, bigger car, branded car, etc. So our demands are never ending. So before this, our demands were quite structured by what we view. But now what is scary, AI is creating those demands for us. So how is AI transforming us? All right. Earlier on, when we look into the basic concept of industrial consumption, it was very easy. We call this consumer 1.0. You produce, you sell it to the consumers. Then how it changes when we look into digital consumptions, we as consumers, we go into platforms, like it could be using any of your social media platforms, your handphone, your laptop, your tablet, etc., etc. You look into what you want and you decide. But now we have moved one step further, whereby these algorithms, like what was shared by Dr. Viva when she was talking about the, I think, the butter example, the algorithms is the one which is prompting us to recommend to us what we need, what we also might need, what is popular now, what is trending now. These predictive recommendations and very hyper-personalized messages, it automates strong persuasion. So now, the key message here is, has consumption moved from consumer choice to algorithmic influence. Before this, we buy what we think we need. But now, reflect to ourselves, are we actually purchasing lots of things due to the algorithmic influence on influencing you on what you're supposed to buy rather than what you needed to buy? All right, the global AI market is actually transforming very exponentially. AI market is now looked at a value of about 200 billion USD and is expected to increase to 1.8 trillion by 2030. All right, and these areas of growth is mainly looking at on business strategies on those platforms in marketing, retailing, and consumer engagement. So in short, the growth of AI market is extremely very high. And AI now is no longer just a tool, but it's a core engine shaping how business operates and how consumers are engaging on these various platforms. Okay, looking into the AI market size, these countries are expected to have a very steep growth, yeah, almost to about 600 billion by the early 2030s. And this is very much due to the largest digital consumer population, where we have in this region itself about 2.3 billion internet users and counting. Rapid smartphone adoptions, mobile first lifestyle fueling this digital engagement, and the growth of the middle income group in the Southeast region, and the explosive e-commerce growth, which is spurring further the AI retail growth globally. From search to prediction. So how does things were done earlier? Earlier, consumers, when you have an issue, for example, you are out of your running shoes, you want to have an active lifestyle, or you have just joined a gym or a club, you want to look for a good pair of running shoes, then you have a search, then you look for information, you decide on what you actually need. That was how traditional search was looked into, if you know the 5 decision-making process in consumer behavior. But now, the AI-driven journey, it's very much from data to decisions, even in seconds as well. It matches or looks into what is your searches all about. It tracks consumer data. It creates prediction and your recommendation, and it uses all sort of things to have this emotional trigger, for example, visuals, reviews, and they create that FOMO, fear of missing out technique, social proof, creating that limited offers that you would prompt you into immediate decision making. And AI actually brings what you might want. Okay, and it's, although I'm talking about it, I myself have been, I wouldn't say the word victim, but I have been also prompted with a lot of this AI driven algorithms in the purchase of few items. Just 2 weeks ago, I was supposed to purchase some things, some cleaning things for the house. I had no time to purchase. Then I saw, when I look into, because there's an increase of the transportation costs because of the fuel issues what we are facing worldwide. So I decided, I think it's not too worth it. It's better for me to go to the store and buy it. Immediately when I wanted to cancel transaction, few prompt up came up that you're missing out your voucher for today. Today you have certain extra promotion because of your past purchases, blah, blah, blah. And because of that, after I press the cancel button, when these prompts came up and it recalculated my final price that I'm supposed to pay for that. When I saw that, then I said, yeah, then it's worthwhile. I actually continued with my purchase. So you can see how these AI are able to look into our decision-making style, and they know how to manipulate the human mind in actually engaging into such purchases. Okay. So, for example, when you are buying things from Amazon or Shopee or Lazada or TikTok and etc. etc. They will give you prompts on what other customers of such category of yours are also watching or viewing or buying and purchasing. So this itself creates the AI recommendation with a much more relevant choice, and it creates faster decision making, etc. etc. So now AI does not only change the way we buy, but it is also, yes, it also changes how we think, we feel, and we decide. Okay, so this loop here, when we're looking at this decision-making loop, is an ongoing loop. When you are, the moment you're touching your devices, all right, when you're logged on into devices, these algorithms are capturing your behavior, your AI learning platform. It tried to personalize recommendation. It tried various techniques and methods to increase this engagement in order for you to actually purchase. So once you have purchased, this data is captured, and the next time round when you switch on those platforms, it comes up with better predictions. And sometimes it's not that you want to buy, but just because you open, you end up purchasing more. Okay, it creates impulsive buying. So now this algorithm learns consumers while simultaneously are shaping consumers into purchasing, okay, on products that might or you might not want to actually use. So how does this happen? It happens by hyper personalization. AI analyzes what you tailor and what you want to buy. Okay, what are your preferences and interests? It reduces decision frictions. It tries to remove obstacles to make buying effortless. So you have a lot of platforms. Earlier on, those people only with credit card were able to buy, but now there are also a lot of options that you can purchase online, including buy now, pay later scheme. You have so many schemes, cash on delivery, etc., etc., and emotional triggering. It's like they try to have this sense of urgency. Even if you let's say if you want to travel, you want to book some accommodation, like I like to use Agoda or booking.com, they will show, okay, for this room that you desire, only one left, or only this within 1 hour you get your 60% off. So this emotional triggering sometimes forces us to get into the impulsive buying and make it so irresistible that are you are compelled to purchase these products. Okay, so when we look into traditional buying, is usually the 4 or 5, usually 5 steps. Yeah, you a problem recognition, you search, you evaluate, then you purchase, then the fifth is usually post-purchase behavior. All right, so this is a more deliberate process driven by consumer choice. But what is happening now, especially the new generation, our kids who are exposed to this technology without much of prior knowledge on how we used to do our purchases, is the interest is it's there, and it creates recommendation. It triggers your emotion that it forces you to go into a purchase, because now everything is just at the fingertips. Yeah, everything is just being fingertip on your laptop or on your handphone. So remember, every purchases that you make, whether it's impulsive, whether it is a decision that you're making, please remember it does a physical footprint. Okay, behind every seamless digital transaction is a chain of physical resources which are being used and waste. For example, when an AI has recommended you, the algorithm has prompted you a personalized suggestion to buy a product based on an advertisement on a phone screen, you are now purchasing it. You're online, you're checking out, you're buying it. So what happens? The production that will be, it's already there usually, all right, unless it's customized, and it goes into delivery. So this transportation, you are using either a truck, a ship, whatever mode of transportation when it finally comes to you, and you are using it. And don't forget the disposable side of it. When you're disposing your own item or your box or packaging, it has a long-lasting impact on the environmental which could be waste, emissions, resource use, pollution, and carbon footprint. Many at times, we as consumers, we do not look at this stage 6 and 7, all right? We are more excited in receiving it and using it, and very much not bothered about this, what happens in step 6 and 7, okay? So now when we're looking at the digital purchase, which has a physical footprint here, please remember, according to World Bank now, there are a total of 2.24 billion tons of waste annually. And this is projected to increase by to 3.88 billion in the year 2050, which is a 73% increase in the global waste if consumption trends continues. And what drives this? Higher waste, as we know, rising consumer demand, faster products cycles, more packaging, e-commerce growth, and shorter device lifespans. A lot of, I think us will remember, our grandparents or parents will say, last time when we buy an item of furniture or what, it can last a long life. Now, whatever you purchase, could be furniture, your clothes, or anything, or your apparels, it does not have a long lifespan. All right. And even talk about packaging. Sometimes I could be actually just having an online purchase of one small item, perhaps just maybe, let's say, a moisturizer. But the packaging that comes with it, the number of foils that comes into it, and the box is just too big. At times, I do feel guilty when I have such purchases. And this leaves a footprint, okay? Because more boxes usage, it uses natural resources, forests, water, minerals. It generates carbon emissions, create waste because of the packaging, the e-waste, single-use item.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
Yes?
Your slide is not visible.
Oh, okay. You should have to. Is it now visible? Is it visible?
Ye-
Yeah.
Now
Yes?
we can see, ma'am.
All right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I do not know how much I have wasted. Were you able to see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So I'll move on. Thank you for updating. So as I mentioned just now, the carbon footprint of all the purchases that we do has a negative impact on our environment. So now consumption growth that also creates environmental pressure because there are more products, more resources, more waste. So we have to remember now, as a marketer, we get very excited when our sales increases, all right? So when our sales increases, we know more people are purchasing our products. And we as consumers, we are the king. You know, in marketing, we learn consumers are the king. All right. So when we are king, we have access to technology and the money and etc. We can purchase anytime. But now, which party or who is supposed to be now also be responsible for the consumption growth that creates environmental damages? So this is something, as a marketer, we have to always think, even as consumers. I'm very sure, for example, AI in fashion, for example, we have seen a lot of this on our social media. What is a fashion in 2016 versus 2026? What is out of style in 2026? What is in style 2026? At times, we still have those shoes, handbag, or cosmetic items, but it's just that we are not using it because we want to follow the latest trend. Now, when we are throwing out that pair of shoes or cosmetics or clothes or handbag, don't forget we are also responsible having a bigger footprint, which is negatively sent out. Yeah. So fast fashion is known as one of the largest provider or contributor to the textile waste, which is generated by fashion industry annually, almost 92 million tons, according to UNEP. All right. And then the carbon footprint, that which is carbon emission, is from the fashion industry is contributing 8 to 10%. Even here in Malaysia, most of us have some dry throat and itchy eyes is because we currently this hazy weather because our neighboring country in Indonesia, they're clearing the jungle, especially for the oil palm plantation. So they're clearing of the oil palm plantation to, plant new oil palm. So because of that open burning, we are suffering due to this poorer air quality in Malaysia, in Singapore, and Brunei currently. So this carbon emissions is detrimental to health as well. Okay, so now we also look at, are we actually using AI to create better fashion or faster disposal? So of course, like I mentioned, when you're looking at from the industry point of view, you are excited because you are able to consumers purchase more. But us as consumers, are we actually doing the right thing? So again, we have to understand what is the balance that we are supposed to look forward in the future. Okay, even not only talking about fast fashion, we are looking into more e-waste, electronic waste. The growth of the electronic waste, which is generated in the year 2022, was approximately 62 million tons, which is expected to grow to 82 million tons. Now, what are we going to do? Electronic gadgets. Same thing is happening in my house right now. Oh, mommy, I have a 4G phone, I need a 5G phone. Oh, my phone had no NFC, now I need an NFC phone. So it's not that sometimes the device gets spoiled because of the newer gadgets that are being shown with newer features. A lot of people are compelled to buy these things, and it's not necessarily shorter lifestyle, but because of the demands, yeah, not the needs and wants. Now the demand is something that make us to frequently upgrade our devices, which then what we do with that, we actually dispose it. But we know that disposing anything to do with plastic and such thing has a very long negative impact on the environment. So technology also gives us a better life, but we also now must manage, okay, on how we are supposed to manage this e-waste. So what is our responsibility as a marketer? Okay, marketer or consumer, I would say both comes hand in hand. Yeah. So same question, different mindset, but we want to have a better future. So marketers has the power to shape behavior. Not only marketers, even educators. All right, I'm sure a lot of them, a lot of you in the session are future leaders. You are students, you are educators in the university or in school. It's we have this power still to shape the future in ensuring that we have a better, healthier planet. So the old questions we used to have is, how do we increase consumption? We want to focus on higher sales. We want to drive frequent buying. We want to encourage short-term gains, and how we don't care about creating more waste in that process. But future marketers should, how are we going to create responsible consumption? All right. How are we going to focus on long-term value for people on the planet? How are you going to be part of the team that's going to look into responsible consumption, build that trust and loyalty, and do all those things that reduce impacts? If you see this girl holding her tumbler here, there are various universities in Malaysia where you cannot have any plastic bottles at all, those mineral water bottles. What they do is they provide drink water dispensers, and most of them, when they come in for the orientation to the university, as part of the orientation gift bag, the goodie bag, they actually provide such water bottles. This is to generate or to encourage such graduates in the future who would be more responsible to have a greener consumption. So businesses should learn from selling more to creating more sustainable value. So the old mindset of selling more and short-term gains on consumption should move into creating a much more sustainable value, which will give everyone a better choice. All right. And how we want to do this is actually create ethical algorithms, because whatever said and done about AI, who are those people who are generating those algorithms or creating that machine learning or IoT? Behind those digital technology are all human beings, are not robots. So we have to be ethical in creating this fair, transparent, responsible AI. Try to avoid manipulative designs or ensuring fairness and transparency, and look at how, if your consumer going to buy your products or services, they will actually look into considering environmental and social impact, and how their purchases are actually putting the planet as the priority rather than themselves. Okay, to have better recommendation. How are we going to keep products for longer usage rather than buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, throw, buy, sell, throw kind of thing. Yeah, and inspire better choices, not overconsumption. I'm sure all of us here, including myself, we are all guilty of overbuying. We do have that few dresses or shoes or handbag or jewelries in our cupboards that maybe we only use 1 year one time, or we have not touched it for the past 6 months or the last 8 months. We're not even using it. So are we being responsible? Our greediness in terms of demand also creating avenue for marketers to be manipulating us further? And what is our responsibility to planet Earth is something that has to be implanted in all educational institution from a very young age. So when we look into sustainable, smart consumers, we have to make sure that they're more informed, they are more aware of what they're doing, more responsible. They have to have this digitally empowered mindset to be more environmentally aware, perhaps saying that if you're going to purchase this, like sometimes they will have some health application where you just scan the picture of the item that you want to need. For example, if you're going to have 1 cone of ice cream, it shows that you have to make at least 2 rounds of running around the stadium to burn that away. So perhaps maybe some similar concept. If you buy this and you're going to dispose this, what will be the environmental impact that you're going to do? How are you going to become emotionally more responsible and make informed decision? And of course, me being a PhD supervisor and researcher, I also, in all my presentation, I always try to see on areas of future research, which include, I feel, if there are any students here or researchers who would like to look into doing any kind of publication or your PhD or your master's, you would want to look into area of AI literacy and green behavior, how algorithmic persuasions influence consumer choices and increase or reduce overconsumption, AI ethics in marketing, sustainable digital consumption, and consumer resistance to overconsumption. In fact, most of my research area is based on number 5 and also number 3, where I look into ethics in marketing. So we know that AI now is the most powerful consumption technology ever created. But the question is not, can AI make us consume more? Because we know it already can. We have statistics over the years. Now the question is that all of us have to remember, going back, is can we use AI to help humanity consume better? How much are we going to be part of this movement to have a better tomorrow? Okay, all together. And that's it. That's my presentation for today. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, do let me know. I try to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur, ma'am, for that brilliant analysis. Your critical unpacking of the AI consumption paradox and how digital intelligence balance green choice against systematic digital waste give our researcher an invaluable perspective. Thank you once again. Your energy and practical approach made this session one of the highlight of International Virtual Conference. We are grateful for your time and for inspiring all of us today, ma'am. So before we will proceed further, can everyone, I want to request everyone to switch on your camera for a photograph, group photograph.
Thank you for the nice, kind words,
Please,
Ms.
everyone,
Chairman.
switch on your camera for a group photograph.
It's okay, it happens. On online
Thank you so
on
much.
conference.
Thank you, ma'am. As we are running a little bit late, so not able to take the questions from the students. And before we'll proceed, once again, ma'am, thank you so much. So over the course of this event, our minds have been challenged, inspired, and united under a singular vision, balancing technology with ecological responsibility. As we reflect on our time together across this virtual stream, the synthesis of our conference through all the expert speakers joined from the various countries clearly demonstrate that the future of enterprise belongs to green innovation. We have successfully broken down traditional geographical barrier, establishing profound international alliance milestones that bridge academic research with global eco-friendly market practice. But our work does not end in this virtual space. The true impact of International Virtual Conference and Innovative Green Business 2026 begins tomorrow. The primary catalyst for our next step lies directly within our student incubators. It is here that groundbreaking model, green technologies, and sustainable concept discussed in these chat rooms session will be refined, tested, and brought to the life by the next generation of eco entrepreneurs. We urge our institutional partners and student researchers to carry this forward with this restless momentum and where all the different experts have given their insight. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are into the another part of this conference. Distinguished delegates, we are now enter the other part, that is the part 3 of our summit, the Senior Alumni Advisory and Jury Conclave, focusing on advanced technological adaptation and venture ecosystems. This segment honor the brilliant mind who walked our halls and are now making global impacts. To kick off our alumni jury core presentations, please welcome back to Australia Research representing the CLUST, that is Kuala Lumpur University of Science and Technology, Malaysia. He will address a critical theme of our regional framework. Please welcome Mr. Resham Jung Singh to present on evaluating community-led environmental initiative in developing economics, lesson for sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure. Welcome, Mr. Resham. The digital screen is yours. Can you switch on your camera?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sipra. And thank you so much, Dr. Hari Kisi sir, and
I
all
think
the
you are on mute.
organizers.
Please.
Can you hear me, Dr. Sipra?
Yeah,
Can't
yeah,
hear me?
very much.
Okay. Thank you so much once again, all organizer for this opportunity. Can you share the presentation slide? Can you see the presentation slide?
Yes, yes, we can see. Please continue.
Okay. My presentation topics is related to evaluating community-led environmental initiatives in developing economics. And this presentation is more based on my recent research, PhD research findings. And the research is focused on mostly based on the water sanitation and hygiene sector of Nepal and the impact of climate change on water sector. So let me start my presentation. Here are some area of presentation. These are some area of presentation, and I would like to move forward. And the first, I would like to present from the as you already know, the climate change scenario and climate change impact situation all over the world, including Nepal. And my previous presenters also presented so many things about the climate change, environmental issues, and all those things. So, I would just like to highlight what are the climate risks we are facing in Nepal, like in relation to economics, developing economics, like rapid urbanization and rising climate hazards, and collide with the limited fiscal space for resilient infrastructure. So conventional top-down delivery often overlooks the local ecological knowledge and maintenance capacity and the institutions best placed to sustain assets over decades. So the opportunity is the community-led environmental initiatives like forestry, watershed management, and local adaptation programs offer a complementary pathways, like understanding the what makes them effective is essential to designing infrastructure that actually last sustainable for in the context of rural roads, water and sanitation systems, and small irrigation. So, what are the major challenges is in relation to climate, environment, and the infrastructure is rising exposure. What is the reality is developing economics bear a disproportionate share of climate-related infrastructure loss, like fiscal constraints, like limited national budgets for hazard resilient design, operation, and maintenance of the systems. And third one is local stewardship, like communities already manage the forest, water, land that infrastructure depends on. Yeah. Moving towards the another slide, which is first focused on the small emissions of footprint and the climate high climate exposure in the context of Nepal. If we talk about the climate adaptation and climate vulnerability of the context of the country, Nepal is falls under the highly climate vulnerable area zone actually. So, out of 182 highly vulnerable countries, Nepal lies in the 139. So, this is the vulnerability situation of the country. And another one is, although we have around 46% of national forest cover, which is 30, which was 39, around 39-40% in the 1990s, but now we have 46% national forest cover. And there are around 23,000 community forest users groups managing 2.5 million hectares of forest in Nepal. But still we are facing the climate change context, climate change situation, as already my the previous presenter already present. But if we talk about the future risks, future projection regarding the temperature, there is forecasted. This is based on my research. Actually, it is forecasted that in the near future, from 2025 to 50, there may be rise of 1.4 degrees centigrade temperature in Nepal, and similarly. The per year temperature if we talk about the historical temperature trend, then 0.058 degrees centigrade per year temperature increment we are facing. So what are the impacts actually we are facing from the climate changes, like glacier melt, which reduces the dry season river flows, and shifting monsoons disrupt rainfall timing and intensity, and intensify extremes like floods, droughts, landslide, which ultimately damage the infrastructure like water, sanitation, road, irrigation, and other things. And low rainfall ultimately contribute the droughts. So, and in future, as I already talked, there is a chances of the increment in the precipitation and temperature and summer temperature, especially in the monsoon temperature and monsoon rainfall, but in decrease in the winter precipitation. And what makes an initiative local led means what actually means the local led means if there is a local ownership and if there the local place-based knowledge and institutional governance and the supporting external roles like from governments, non-governmental sector, and the funding agencies. We can say the locally led. It means the local people's initiation, local people's management is the local led. And why we are doing the local led, why we appreciating the local led initiatives actually is which ultimately contribute for the sustainability, local context, appropriate context, and cost-effective equity and inclusion. And the last is in some cases there is a chances of resource sharing as well. So local-led initiatives we can define and we can know like this. I'll skip this slide. And what I'm trying to present in this my presentation is I think Dr. Kanal already presented about the detail about the sustainability, environmental sustainability, and the other sustainability aspect. And so in and around his presentation, I also agree with his presentation, and my research is more focused on the 5 pillars of sustainability of overall infrastructure sustainability in relation to climate change. These are financial component, institutional component, environmental component, and technical and social component. And how the evaluation was conducted is the cases selections, and another one is data collection and policy reviews, and third one is climate analysis, historical climate analysis based on the climatic data from 1994 to 2024, and cross case analysis and synthesis of the different 3 physiographic zone of the country. And as I already mentioned, if we talk about the community forest, which is the good example of the community-led initiatives in the Nepal, and as I already mentioned about some of the summary of this community forest users groups, what they actually do in the previous slide. If we discuss about their works, like secure tenure gives communities an incentive to invest in long-term management. Another one is locally elected committees ensure accountability. These are some learnings from the community forest users groups in Nepal. And third one is government-approved operational plans provide technical oversight. And fourth one is users' fees create sustainable finances for maintenance. These are some sources where I get this information. And another one is if we talk about the climate change, environment, and the sustainability, the local level adaptation is necessary. So local adaptation plan of action is the crucial adaptation policy guideline documents in the context of Nepal. Since 2011, Nepal's lava framework has channelized national climate finance to municipal and ward level committees who identify hazards through community-informed vulnerability and assessment, and prioritize small-scale infrastructure investments. Where in relation to different water-related infrastructure and other local infrastructures, there are 4 types of actually climate adaptation. First one is slope and river walks, like for example, slope stabilization, river training, drainage channels. Second one is water infrastructure, which is related to drinking water system, rainwater harvesting, spring protections, spring water source protection actually. Access infrastructure means wooden trail, bridges, access road repairs, and early warning system like for glacier lake, outward floods and landslides. So these are some typical example of locally led adaptation in Nepal. And third one is, which is directly related to my research, actually about the community managed water system, water sanitation and hygiene system in Nepal. Actually, there are unofficially there are more than 40,000 water users and sanitation committees, but it's around 5,000 users committees are registered or collaborated with the national federation called FedWasan. And if we talk about the impact of the climate change in the water resources, based on my research finding, here is some statistical results like intense rainfall can create flood, and intense rainfall can cause a landslide. Less rainfall cause drought. High temperature cause drought, and drought cause the source depletion and source dry up. So what are the impacts of those climate parameters? Climate hazards actually means water source depleted around 63%, water source dried up around 5%, water taps functionality very less. If we see the data, only 62% are partially functional and 32% are only 32% are fully functional. If we talk about the sustainability aspects like FITS indicator, only 3% of system out of 103 system, only 3% are working at satisfactory level. So if we talk about the future scenario, then even the climate extremes and impacts are projected to be higher. So we need to think about the future here. What are the issues regarding the climate-led models, climate-led initiatives at the local level? Means there is lack of climate hazard, outpacing local capacity. Means it is related to adaptive capacity and local capacity to cope with the climate change impact. And another one is financing gaps. Actually, many local adaptation investment remain donor dependent and small and very small scale. So there is financial gap. And third one is limited institutional integration between the individual level of local adaptation and the community and the other organization level initiatives. And fourth one is less access to carbon finance, budgets. And another one is absence of climate trigger protocols. So it means the climate extreme and climate change scenario protocols is absence. And last one is the low policy awareness, low level of capacity, as I already mentioned, and low level of policy awareness is there. So the adaptation gap is the practice is the reactive coping mechanism. So it means high adoption, and the necessary is proactive adaptation like rainwater harvesting, climate proofing, and other kind of nature-based solutions which are very appropriate to cope with the climate change, which are in the low adaptation range. So reactive coping mechanism is higher inside, and the proactive adaptation mechanism is in the lower adaptation side. When we integrate the climate environmental initiative with the water sanitation and hygiene system, so as I already mentioned, the prolonged drought reduces the groundwater recharge and decrease the spring flow, and the impact is source depletion and dry up. And intense rainfall causes floods and landslide and infrastructure damage, and which impacts the service disruption. It means water supply service disruption and water quality losses. And increasing temperatures causes increased evapotranspirations, microbial contamination, which causes higher water demand and health risks. So what are the initiatives we need to do is spring conservation and watershed management makes vast benefits, protect source reliability during dry seasons. Rainwater harvesting is another appropriate local level initiative and locally led initiative, which benefit in the water sector like by diversifying the supply, reducing the pressure on the water sources. And third one is pond restoration and recharge space intervention, and which enhances groundwater recharge, buffers the drought. And fourth one is slope stabilization and drainage system. Their intervention is necessary to protect intake structures from landslide, flooding, and other things. And last one is traditional pond conservation contribute to the nature to balance the nature, to protect the nature, and this is the one of the best nature-based solution to provide alternative waters during disruption. So the takeaway is environmental stewardship and water resilience must be addressed together, and protecting the catchment is protecting the water source. So all these local-led initiatives and all these adaptation initiatives only possible with the collaborative approach of different agencies like government, community, development partners, and private sectors. So these agencies, these sectors need to be collaborative to achieve those sustainable local-led initiatives. And the community leadership is infrastructure strategy, and as I already mentioned that the community management contribute the enhancement of the local governance and durable infrastructures and reduce fiscal burden and equitable and resilient, which ultimately contribute to the equitable and resilient economic growth. So I cannot go to the whole detail in the slide, but the summary and the conclusion is related to how we really achieve the equitable and resilient economic growth by collaborating and by enhancing the local capacity. So if we talk about the business opportunity and the entrepreneurship opportunity in relations to the environmental, climate, and this water and all those local infrastructures, then we can just relate the waste system, waste services, and forest products, and how the entrepreneurship can be developed in the coming days. Like if we talk about the water services, communities can offer paid maintenance, repairs, and rainwater harvesting installation, turning water system into reliable and self-sustaining services. And if we talk about the forest products, like the forest users group can process and sell what they already protect like herbs, honey, timber, and for higher income instead of just raw material. And the necessary is to access to finance. As already I presented in the previous slides, there is a gap of financial resources and all those things at the local level. So linking communities to loans, carbon credits, and insurance brings in the funding beyond one-time donor grant. So bottom line is the community stewards isn't just conservation, it's a viable business opportunity that creates jobs and income and ultimately which improve the livelihood. These are some sources and references I put here if you want to see and if you want to refer those references. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I presented, I finished my presentation actually. If you have any questions and queries, let me know. If you want to refer my research articles on detail, then you can just scan these QR codes. Yeah, thank you so much.
On my camera. Thank you very much, Mr. Resham Jung Singh, for that outstanding presentation. Your analysis for the real-world example of how local communities can build climate-resilient infrastructure. So next alumni I wanted to invite. Moving swiftly to our special alumni presentation, we cross border to connect with the technological visionary working at absolute cutting edge of global industrial computing. He joined us from the world-renowned Hewlett-Packard Lab in the United States. He is here to break down how tomorrow's innovators can leverage machine intelligence effectively. Please turn your screen and extend a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Gaurav Gaiwali for his highly anticipated address, Innovating with AI Without Getting Replaced by IT. Welcome, Dr. Gaiwali.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay,
Please
awesome.
carry on.
Okay. Okay, cool. So I'll try to keep my talk within 10 minutes. Maybe like I'll make it even shorter and try to entertain a question at the end if there is any. So today I'm going to be talking to, let me first introduce myself. So my name is Gaurav Gaiwali, and I'm working on quantum computing and machine learning at Hewlett-Packard Labs. And today I'm going to talk to you about how you can innovate with AI without getting replaced by it. And initially, I didn't have a question mark in my title, but especially in the past few weeks, I think there has been a significant change or significant improvement in the capabilities of these AI models. Now they are solving some of the open questions that has kind of that has kind of escaped a lot of researchers for many decades, and it's been like, you know, incredible in writing mathematical proofs and, you know, verifying like a lot of the solutions and things like that. So it kind of like, you know, forced me to introduce a question mark. So I'll present to you some of my thoughts. It will be short. It will be very high level. I'll be, you know, I'll be deriving from some of my experience using AI on a day-to-day basis for the innovation cycle. Okay, so yeah, so the paradox is that the people who are most at the risk of being replaced by AI are the ones who refuse to use it, right? This is the reality. And I was having a talk with my boss a few days ago, and he was kind of strongly inspiring me to use AI, because if we don't use AI, then we'll fall behind. So right now there is kind of like a shame, especially like in academia, for you know, using AI, because like we want to just you know, solve the problems, you know, with our own efforts. And you know, like his kind of talk to me was basically you know, don't be ashamed to use the AI. Use it AI, because if you don't use AI, you will fall behind. So it's basically not you versus the AI, rather it's you plus AI, right? Combination of you plus AI versus the problem, right? And what we're eventually trying to do is to solve the problems and eventually like make the human lives better, right? Solve a lot of the challenges that the humanity is facing. Okay, so usually in the innovation cycle, there are like many steps, right? So the first one is like finding problems, right? First, especially in my field, right, in academic research, what we typically do is we do this literature review where we kind of you know, explore uh, all the work that previous researchers before us have conducted, and we try to map out the state of the field, you know, spotting the gaps that are worth solving. And then and in this step, right, so typically what we used to do is, you know, we Google search and like we try to compile resources and things like that. But now AI is basically like Google search, but much better, right? Much powerful Google search. It can actually summarize the literature review. It can you know, collect a vast range of like literature in a very short time. So it has been absolutely useful, you know, from my personal experience. And the next step in the innovation cycle is you want to propose solution, right? There could be different solutions. There could be you know, many solutions to the same problem, and AI can also help you brainstorm the possible solutions. But eventually what matters is, you know, when you pick like the solution that you're gonna pursue, there is some kind of like, you know, judgment. There's some like matter of taste that's involved, and I'll get to it later. And that's going to be like one of the points that I'm going to be highlighting on to kind of make yourself indispensable, you know, to AI. And the third one is building and prototyping, right? You probably need to write codes. You'll probably need to, you know, build prototypes, simulations, and it typically involves, you know, months and like years of work. But now, speaking from my own experience, it has been kind of accelerated to a matter of days, right? You can absolutely use AI to write the codes. You can use it to build prototypes, simulations, models, and whatnot, right? And the final step is we want, after we build the solution, we want to communicate it to the world, right? We want to present it to the actual people who are going to be using these solutions, right? And even in this step, right, you have to write some documents. Maybe you have to write some like you know, some PR post and things like that. And even in this step, you know, I've used it quite a lot. I use it to kind of like publicize my work on LinkedIn, Twitter, make posters and things like that. So at every stage of the innovation cycle, AI has become kind of crucial, and it has kind of accelerated the pace of you know, pace of work, right? Okay, so then what is left for us, right? If AI can do everything, right, what is left for us? So I'm going to be talking about specifically three things where the human involvement can be quite critical, and we can use these points to kind of make ourselves indispensable so that the AI does not take away our jobs, right? AI does not take our place, and we still have, we still have a role to play in this exciting future. Okay, so the first thing is, good judgment, which comes from critical thinking, right? So basically, good judgment is equal to value, right? What is the difference between you versus the CEO of the company if you're not already the CEO of the company, right? So what the CEO of the company is doing is they're making very important decisions in a very short period of time, right? They are continuously on a daily basis, they are making very important decisions, right? As opposed to, somebody like me, right? I make fewer decisions like every single day, right? But now the pace of the work has significantly increased. We need to make many more decisions, right? And all these smaller decisions are being made by the AI. And in order to be able to make good judgment, like we need critical thinking is something that that we cannot compromise on, right? So one of the problems across, like all across the board, right, in all the AI models is that they'll present you the solutions which kind of has all the ingredients of being the right solution, but except that it's not, right? So AI will seem very confident on answers, right, that it thinks is the right answer, but it's not the right answers, right? So you need some kind of critical thinking and judgment ability, which only comes from struggling with the problem and critical thinking for a long period of time, right? Because you cannot build these kind of judgments like in a day, right? Even though there is AI, in order to build the skills, you have to actually battle with the problem, right? So AI is not a replacement for all the problems in your life, right? AI is just a tool, but you still need to make sure that it's not compromising your ability to think very clearly, to have critical opinions on right, on whatever field you are working on, or in general, right? So no matter like how advanced like AI becomes, there has to be a verification step, right, to verify whether the solution is the optimal solution or the best solution, right? So knowing when the output is wrong is absolutely critical, right? And also there are some things where like it's a matter of taste, right? The solutions are equally good, but some solutions, right, from the subjective perspective, right, they just seem to connect with people better, right? And having like this matter of taste, which is kind of like a vague term, is also like kind of quite important. Okay, so another point that I want to highlight on is AI cannot live a human life, right? AI does not have the human experience. And eventually, when we're building these innovative solutions in any field, what we're trying to do basically is to improve the lives of the people, right? Since the AI does not have the lived experience, although it has, it has a lot of things to say on say like the data that it has been trained on the statistics and things like that, right? It does not really understand what we experience. So bringing this human component, right, kind of thinking about how exactly the solution changes your or improves your experience or changes your life, and like one solution in one part of the world might not be the optimal solution in another part of the world, because they have different experiences, different perspective and things like that. So if you can bring this human component, human experience into the loop, I think you are more likely to be not replaced by AI right, in the near future. Okay, so the third thing is, so you can think of the AI models as basically your assistant, your secretary, whatever you want to think, right? And you can think of yourself as the manager or the CEO, right? Say you have like 100 employees in the company, but you don't know what to do with them, right? It's not going to be useful, right? So you always have to be there to prompt the AI in order to do something meaningful, in order to do something useful, right? So it's actually the leadership skill that matters, even though like however advanced AI models that we might have, right? So another thing is the machines don't take accountability, right? At the end of the day, it's a person, right? It's the manager or the CEO who's taken accountability for the things they are producing, right? So that cannot be taken. And if you are are someone with strong leadership skills, or if you build strong leadership skills, managerial skills, then the AI would not be able to take away from you, because there has to be a person who is taking accountability for all of this, right? And right, and finally, right, like the leadership skill basically compounds, right? The better like leader you are, the more you are able to like orchestrate all these AI, and like of course there's human in the loop to kind of bring them together into something, something meaningful. Okay, so in summary, the way to not be replaced by AI is to actually innovate with it rather than avoid it, right? And here's some of the suggestions. So you can try practicing AI daily for like menial task, like keeping notes, or kind of like polishing and editing the documents, email, whatever, right? But at the same time, you have to practice rejecting it, right? And it's kind of like conflicting things. But what I really mean here is like in the things, right, that actually generate value for you, which is critical thinking and judgment, right? You don't want to give all the credit to the AI, right? You still want to be in the loop, and you still want to make sure that you are like contributing significantly to this innovation process, right? And also, the third point is you have to invest in the human edge. You have to think about the human experience, right? Empathy and things like that. Okay, so my suggestion is to I don't know like how much AI you guys are exposed to, or how much you use it and use it in a daily basis. But my suggestion is to use it wisely, right? And it's kind of like a loaded term. Like what does it mean to use it wisely, right? But I can tell briefly, right? Maybe like in one sentence, right? Outsource the labor, but not the thinking, right? Because you don't want to be in a position where, like, after having worked for like several years, all you have are the output which are generated by the AI, but you don't have the sense of like taste, you don't have the sense of judgment and the critical thinking, which is necessary to move forward and not be replaced by AI, right? The moment you stop thinking critically, you make yourself dispensable, because AI models are already so good, right? So with that, I am happy to take any questions, maybe one or two questions if there is time. But if we don't have the time, here's my email and here's my LinkedIn. Please feel free to reach out to me and ask any questions that you might have. It's again a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. And yeah, that's all from my side. Are there any
Thank you,
questions?
Dr. Gaurav, for that highly and deeply strategic session. Your insight into balancing artificial intelligence with human ingenuity show our students exactly how to stay irreplaceable in a rapid evolving digital economy. Thank you once again. So I would like, before I will proceed further, so I would like to request all the alumni jurors to switch on their camera for the group photograph, along with all the management team, students, as well as organizing committee members. Please switch on your camera for the group photograph. Dr. Gaurav, please stop sharing your slide. Yes. Yeah, please switch on your camera for the group photograph. Thank you so much. So now, uh, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moved to a special 5-minute participant motivational talk designed to fuel the confidence of our upcoming pitching team. To lead this segment, we welcome back to a prominent media trailblazer who dominate primetime international broadcasting as a producer and news presenter for NTTV World. Please give an enthusiastic virtual welcome to our Stellar alumni, Miss Sabika Srishta, as she delivers her talk on driving passion, public speaking, and journalism for a student innovators. Sabika, the screen is yours. Sabika, you can switch on your camera. Sabika, virtual floor is yours. Yours. I think she's facing some technical issue. So, to conclude our brilliant alumni conclave, we shift our focus to our entrepreneurship spotlight sessions. Our final alumni speaker join us from Stony Brook University, New York, to unpack a real-world venture journey. He will share the operational reality of building an enterprise from scratch. Please welcome Mr. Swaraj Sagar Pradhan to present his topic, Entrepreneurship and Building a Startup, the Tikatu case study. Swaraj, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? All right, great. All right. Thank you so much
We
for the
can
floor.
hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the first, Sipra ma'am. Welcome everyone to the Innovate Green Business Conference today. I think it's a really important and timely discussion that we're having here, and I really thank the organizers and the whole team for the platform here. I'll be going through a bit of a journey that I'm currently going through myself, doing my business. Let me just share my screen here. Okay. All right. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, great. Okay. Right. So, again, welcome everyone. And today I'm going to talk about my current experience running a startup in Nepal right now, planning for a startup. We've been doing this for a while now, and we're actually really excited because we're right around the time where we're going to launch next month. So I'm just going to talk about Tukatu here. So the main title of my presentation today, as you can see, is From a Joke to a Business, and it is the reality for this one. It really just started as a joke, but turned out to be something that we all thought was important enough, where we just made it into an actual business. Speaking a bit about myself before I start the presentation, I'm actually also an alumni from Southwestern State College, class of 2020. So yeah, let's start. So let's talk about Tukatu a bit. Tukatu is basically a hyperlocal delivery platform, and we're gonna launch, as I said, next month. But really to just, go back in the past a bit and see where things really started. It started on February 14th, on Valentine's Day, when a couple of friends and I were talking about how we were just joking about how a few things could be delivered for Valentine's Day for couples, because they are a group that tend to spend a lot. And it was really just fun and games until the discussion started getting deeper, and we realized Nepal really does need a few platforms that are optimized around better delivery, hyperlocal businesses, and more availability and accessibility around the clock. So that's kind of where things started for Tukatu, and we started thinking about how a business can be made around this idea. The reason why I brought this up is because later in the day, we're going to meet a lot of other participants that are also going to pitch their businesses. And I think this is an important idea to share because a business can really come from anything. And in this case, Tugatu really did come from a joke. And even if it did come from a joke, right now we're taking it very seriously and building things around it to make sure this thing we're trying to achieve is as seamless as possible. And we're currently building towards it. In the guest attendees today, I can actually see one of my co-founders, JC, also attending the meeting. So yeah, let's go to the other side here. Currently, what Tukatu has really become is it's a platform that optimizes digital and physical infrastructures. We're using local stores, warehouses, and other infrastructures that already exist around Nepal, and also now studying pilot tests for other countries, including India and the US, and really trying to just build it from the ground up in a way of efficiency with our platform. We also are uh, basically acting as a technological layer in this context where um, for businesses that already exist, we are connecting them to the new world, and we're digitizing currently existing businesses. I think it also lines up kind of beautifully with um, one of the topics that we currently have for today. And the other thing is just we're building it from the ground up in terms of trust and friendliness. And that's currently just been one of our biggest ethos when we're building Tukatu. And I think that gives us edge where instead of just thinking about what profits, we think about what can build a lasting relationship with our customers. And in that way, it also definitely gives us profits too. So let's talk about how Tukatu's unintentional idea of working with trust has kind of pushed us into having a green thumb, so to speak, or being a green business. As I mentioned earlier, we're using local businesses and local hubs for our fulfillments. Um, that just means that we're already using infrastructure that exists and just making them smarter instead of building more, creating more carbon footprint, and just using up more of usable area that could be used for other things. So that's definitely one place where our unintentional way of doing things kind of helped us. The other thing is when we're building things hyperlocally and really for small distances as much as possible, we're also using a lot less fossil fuel than previously others are currently using. This also opens up a lot of other factors for other forms of delivery like cycles, people even walking. And I guess that's also a pretty big factor of how the world's changing and how non-renewable sources are currently being used. The other one is growth without replacement. And I guess this is one of the factors that kind of gets overlooked as development starts happening. And I think one of the factors of a green business would also be to actually support the systems that currently already exist and growing them and growing with them actually without just replacing everything. So that's also something else we're doing. The other thing we're doing is making it available and accessible for everyone. And this is something that I actually have faced myself. You can see my grandfather here in the video. He just photobombed me today. But so, they're actually one of the factors that actually made us think about Tukatu because in Tukatu, we're delivering food, medicines, etc., all around over the entire 24-hour window. And one of the situations that I've had myself is if I wanted something delivered for them or for something um, around, late at night, I didn't have things that I could really trust on for having that. So we just talked about that and we wanted to build something around that idea. So I guess these things kind of unintentionally um, created Tugatu's green thumb. So just my small message to all the founders today and everyone else who's also thinking about starting a business. I or none of my other co-founders, we had no idea about how deliveries actually worked, how stores even worked, how the food chain works in Nepal, even how economics works. I'm in physics. A lot of us were in tech fields. So as you can see on the picture there, we were really just figuring out as we went. And I think this is really a testament to how any startup could work. If you're serious enough about an idea and if you think it's interesting enough to solve it, I think you should just jump in it and just figure it out as you go. Of course, it's going to be harder, and it will be great if you have some if you already have some experience in the topic. But even if you don't, and if you just want to solve it, I think it's a great way to actually learn and do something in the field. Uh, and there's another picture here and that's actually a real picture of my LinkedIn profile. I don't put my title as the CEO of Tukatu because I think this title right there, that's exactly what I do every day for Tukatu. Create a lot of problems. We solve some of them. Some of them we still think about them every day. And all in all, we're just trying to make deliveries and the hyperlocal commerce just make sense. On the bottom here, you can see that it says that a tight budget is surprisingly innovative. And this actually comes from the idea that the whole reason where we wanted to actually go find sources other than warehousing is because we actually didn't have a lot of money to start warehouses. So I guess in a lot of cases, including for cases where we're gonna hear from students today, you might not exactly have all the capital you need to establish a well-funded company, but a lot of times there may be inefficiencies in the system that may have been overlooked that, with a careful enough eye and hunger for it, you can actually get it. So I think this is all I wanted to say, really, and I'm really excited to hear all the pitches today. Before I go, Tukatu is launching next month, and I hope you all use it and let us know if you guys have any feedback around Tukatu. For all the participants in the conference today, from my team and I, we just wanted to give you a little gift. You can take a picture, you can take a screenshot, and when Tukatu is available, you can definitely use it to get 2 free deliveries and 30% off. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm open for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swaraj Sagar Pradhan, for sharing that invaluable corporate case study and talking about your business idea, walking through the actual mechanics of Tukatu startup journey, gave our undergraduate innovators a perfect blueprint for tuning their eco-friendly concept into the profitable business. Thank you for this excellent masterclass and very nice. Like we were very happy to see, like your grandfather was blessing you at the back, and that itself is a great signal that whatever you plan for the future, you will get the success. So proceeding further, I think Sabika, are you there? Sabika, she's trying to join. We'll just take 10 seconds, otherwise we'll proceed. Sabika, Sabika, are you
Hello.
there?
Yeah, am I audible? Hello.
Sabika,
Hello, am I audible?
yes, yes. Please, it's floor is yours. So
Sorry for the inconvenience. Good afternoon, everyone, and namaste, everyone. It is genuinely, it's my pleasure to be here in front of every one of you. So, standing in front of all my distinguished seniors, my teachers, as well as the young minds over here, it's my pleasure sharing this platform with you, this time with you. So, having been worked in media for a decade now, what I want to say to all of you is always believe your young self. And yeah, especially these days, everyone is a journalist. Whoever has a mobile phone, whoever has a social media, or whoever has TikTok or access to a good presenting style, all of you are a journalist in some way. But what I want to tell you as the one who have been following traditional media since a decade is please be authentic and yes, follow the information that are factual. So today I just don't want to give you the traditional lecture about journalism, but I want to talk to you as a woman who has worked in this field since some time. So there are lots of issues in Nepal, especially when you are working as a journalist, because you have to deal with lots of issues. You have to deal with misinformation, false information. Also, you have to check through the credible and factual informations. Also, there are lots of biasness in media houses as well. There are lots of differences in state-led media and the media which are run by corporate houses. They are somehow inclined or somehow led by some of the political parties or some of the people who belong to some of the political parties. So these are the issues. So, to all the students over here, to all the youths who are here, what I want to tell you is you have so much access these days, because back then when we were practicing journalism, we didn't had AI, we didn't had so much exposure of social medias. Even we didn't have internet or Wi-Fi facilities at our time. But you guys are very lucky, right? You guys have Wi-Fi, you guys have phone, you guys have internet. What the thing is, you guys have headlines, news at palm of your hands. You can go to BBC, you can go to CNN, or you can go to Reuters or any of the news portals that you want. And yeah, the morning you wake up with lots of news, lots of headlines, and that is how the day starts these days. But back in our days, we used to wait for the newspapers. These days, you guys are giving SE, but when back then we used to give SLC exam, even for the results, we have to wait for the newspaper for a very long time. So that was the time we had come to this time. So yeah, what I wanted to tell all of you is there are lots of ideas, there are lots of news. Whenever you come out of the house or whenever you go out in the field, you will see each one issue over there, and you can bring different angles of news over there. But please, whatever you are bringing, please bring innovative ideas in whatever field you are, in whatever sector you are. Everyone is working, but if you bring some innovative ideas in your field, then I think that would be your signature area, and that you can make a landmark position over there. So also, if you're using AI, we are also blessed with AI. I've just talked about internet and a lot of things, but this generation, especially you guys, are also blessed by artificial intelligence. But one thing you should keep in mind, we all should keep in mind, is that we human brains are the one who made the AI, but now AI is slowly slowing our human brain. But what we should keep in mind is that AI should be in our hands power, so we can use AI as per our need. We can guide AI through per our needs. So that is what we can do. And also there are lots of arenas, there are lots of sectors where we can just move in, try new things, be curious, be innovative, try new ideas. Also, to the younger self, if I was back then, when there are no people who could give lots of suggestions to me. So As a youth, I suggest you guys to try very new things. Also, being the alumni of Southwestern State College, I've got a chance to learn so much from the teachers over there. And Southwestern State College itself is a very big platform where young minds are given platform, where young people are motivated, always inspired. So I think this is a very right platform. Whatever ideas you bring into teachers, they are always warmly welcome your ideas. There is always a space for you, whether it be science exhibition, whether it be food stalls, or whatever cultural programs. There is always a space for ideas, and there is always a space for art. So in my case, also in my journalism area, also there is not specific areas I'm working into. I'm working as an interviewer. I'm working as a program host. I write news. I go to the field. I do reporting. So what I want to tell is, please don't limit yourself in one of the box. Spread your wings, add feathers, just go and try new things. And the best thing is, the struggle you are doing right now and the efforts that you are putting into is going to give you a very good result in the future. And a very good output is waiting for you. So please try new things, and whatever ideas you have, whatever innovation you have, please bring some creativity. And the same applies in the journalism also. You have seen lots of journalism has fostered these days as digital media, multimedia platforms, and lots of sectors, online media, lots of sectors are there. But I think all of you have some news portal channels. Which one is your favorite, right? Like there is BBC, some people like BBC Flavor, some people like online cover, or there are lots of media which has special trademark over there. So this is because that meets your interest, that meets your innovation. So whatever ideas you're bringing into, please gather that, and never fear yourself to do anything. Please go ahead. That is what I want to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabika Krishna, for that high energy and empowering address. So, your public speaking, precision, media visibility is exactly our 15 or 14 pitching teams need as they step into the hot seat next. We truly appreciate your dynamic leadership. Thank you once again to our phenomenal senior alumni panel for sharing their incredible global career blueprint and case studies. Your journey are a powerful inspiration for our campus community. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is officially over. We have now arrived at the most thrilling and exciting and action-packed segment of our conference, the live undergraduate business idea pitch competition. Right now, our digital arena transformed into an innovation sandbox. We have 14 brilliant student teams lined up in a green room, ready to pitch their eco-friendly startup concept. Directly to our global alumni jury panel, each team has been given a standardized text slide, 5-slide PowerPoint template to ensure a fair and uniform presentation layout. The rule for our live pitch arena are crisp and clear. Each team will have exactly 5 minutes to pitch their green business model, followed by 1 minute live question hour session where our judges will stress test their operational feasibility, data analytics, and their final call to action resource request. So our 14 competing student team, be confident, speak with passion. Remember that our live audience of over local and international delegates is rooting for you. To our STEAM jury panel, your evaluation metrics are live on your dashboard. Technical desk, let us clear the main stage, bring up the competition scoreboard, and call our very first pitching team to the screen. Let's the pitch begin. Can we start the competition? First team is Nirmala, promoting sustainable oral care, a business innovation using Nepal's natural resources.
Am I audible?
Nirmala, I think you are on mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, please.
I'm sharing my screen once. Okay.
Alumni jurors, please switch on your camera and take over the virtual stage.
Okay. A big innovation in oral care may not from the lab. In future, it may come from the nature, and Nepal already has it. Good afternoon, respected judges, investors, teachers, and everyone present here. It's me, Nirmala Raimaji from Southwestern State College, pursuing BBM program here to promote the sustainable oral care business innovation using Nepal's resources and and turn the potential into the sustainable business. So, first of all, we all use of oral products every day as it is our daily life routine. But in market, we found those oral products use the excessive use of harmful chemicals. Because of that, many people experience the irritation, dryness, cavities, and weak gums, which makes people so on discomfort as discomfort. While their plastic packaging also create the long lasting wastage. At the same time, Nepal has many wastage, but it also has a natural resources and the traditional oral care practice, but they are slowly disappearing and unutilized. Eco-friendly products are also very expensive and many people can't afford. So what we need a oral care product that is safe, affordable, and sustainable. So instead of ignoring the natural resources of Nepal, why don't we use it as a solution of these problems? Introducing the products for these problems are the toothpaste made from the datun, which are the traditional products used by the ancient periods people, and another is toothpaste made based on the natural ingredient. Third is the dental flushes, and lastly the eco-friendly packaging. Toothbrush is made from the totally eco-friendly products. The handle will be made of the bamboo, and the brush will be made of the datun, which can be replaceable. It is zero plastic use. It is eco-friendly, also beneficial for the oral health. Second is toothpaste, which is based on the charcoal, mint, and clove, which will free from the harmful chemicals and beneficial for the individual suffering from the oral disease. Third is dental floss, which is made from the natural fiber to reduce the dependency in the plastics. And lastly, eco-friendly packaging to minimize the unnecessary plastic wastage. The idea is simple: replacing the plastics and the chemical-based products while natural ingredient without making the oral care product expensive and complicated. Now, moving onwards, how user will access. We don't want our users or the customers feel complicated to use our product. They just go, choose, buy, use, and replace. Our product will be easily available in the website, social media platform, pharma, and then supermarket, local areas, stores, dental hospital, wellness centers, etc. And the system of the manufacturing and distribution is very simple. We will use the natural resources or the raw materials from the local suppliers and the farmers, clean all those raw materials and process those raw materials carefully using the safe and modern method. Every product will be tested, ensuring that it is safe and reliable to use it. After that process, we will just pack it in eco-friendly, and the technology will be supporting for distribution through the online platform, digital ordering, and then customer feedbacks. And lastly, what are the elements? And some of the immediate users benefit will be breath and clean fresh breath and the clean teeth, utilization of the natural resources, support the local products, affordable oral care, less plastics in the environment, and the natural and convenient. Talking about the market dynamics and the revenue, the globally oral care market was worth about 37.8% billion in 2024 and expected to grow up to 57.8% in 2030. So it is a huge market, and it is very necessary very necessary product which are used in day-to-day life. So it is very huge business opportunities. In the context of Nepal, there is total 30 million people. If we can only reach the 1%, we can get the 3 lakh buyers. And even once we grow the market in Nepal, our nature and the sustainable product can be expand in South Asia as well. Talking about the pricing, our goal is not to just make oral cares luxury. Our aim is to make the sustainable oral care affordable for everyone. So the pricing are presented here. Because we use the local resources and the natural productions, we can keep our product affordable while still making profit. So lastly, to make the business successful, we are looking for the dentist, oral health specialist, quality control specialist, packing design expert who can guide us in developing and safe, effective products, and seeking the partnership with dental clinics, schools, herbal suppliers to run the 3-month pilot project to test the product and collect the customer feedbacks and measure the oral health and environment benefits. Also seeking for the 19 lakh to 25 lakh for the packaging, marketing, pilot testing, registration, working capital, etc. As this business connects the health in sustainability and Nepal's natural resources, without your support, we can't create innovative products, support the local communities, and reduce wastage, and make sustainable oral care products. Hope for the positive response. Thank you. Any
Okay,
questions?
next.
Yeah, thank you for the
Viewers, if you have any question, you can ask.
Yeah, I'll ask you some maybe like a couple of questions.
Requested all
So
the
the first
participants to be very, very careful and stick to your 5 minutes time. So, jurors, over to you.
Yeah, so my question to you right now is, so right now, like in the first phase of this business, who will be your target audience, and how are you planning to reach your target audience at the moment?
My first target audience will be for hospitality, and then well care eco-friendly centers where all the eco-friendly products are supplied, and get supermarkets, and then supermarkets, travel agency, etc.
Yeah,
Because
but
of
at the moment, right, when you start, right, it's going to be expensive, right? It's not going to be, as affordable as as the generic like brand of these oral care products that you have out in the market, right? So you might have to focus on like a very specific like niche audience, like who care a lot about, sustainability, who care a lot about, being green. And, they might be your first target audience, right? Just a suggestion, because if you just take it to the hospitality industry, they care a lot about the affordability, they care a lot about the scalability, right? And this is not something like in the first stage that would be super scalable, right? So in that phase, it might be good to just focus on pick a target audience, right? Because it will be you have to pick the audience in such a way that they can afford these kind of products in the initial phase. So that's just my suggestion. I don't know if other judges have any questions.
thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hi, Nirmala. So I also had a question for you. So I saw that you had a few budget that you have lined up for your initial ask. The idea definitely seems pretty nice. My question is, where do you think, as of now at least, uh, that you can actually produce your material? And when you produce it, what do you think is going to be your unit cost as of now?
The product can, for the toothbrush, the handle will be of bamboo stick, which are produced in China, and the brushes which are used. Where is the brush for brush? The datun is used, which can be produced in Nepal. So the investment won't be that much. It would cost a bit low.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello. Also, Nirmala, I'd like to ask you, what would be the safety health protocols that you will be following? Also, what will be the guidelines that you'll be mentioning in your product?
In my product, chemical based ingredient won't be there which are harming our oral health, so it will be the beneficial if you use my products.
So, will it be checked by medical professionals? Would it be verified by
Yes,
oral
ma'am.
dentist or?
As I mentioned above, there will be the quality checking. It will be the it will also give a reliable what to say. Yes, and there will be the rechecking about the quality.
Okay. Also, as we are talking about the oral health care, is it only, as you've just mentioned before, you are first introducing it to the hospitality sector as well as wellness centers, etc., like that. How are you going to introduce it personally to any individual?
For individual, customer will go itself in the supermarket and buy it.
Will there be any marketing campaigns or something like customer already know that the toothbrush they are using or the products they are using have lots of microplastics, chemicals in it, but also we are bound to use that, right? So what would be
Okay.
your marketing strategy to promote your product?
Till now, yeah, I didn't plan for that, but I will
Mm-hmm.
improve this shape as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. I think we can move on to the next pitch.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Next participant, promoting making healthy choices more convenient, a business innovation in fresh food retail by Angelina. Request to stick to your time because we have to complete within a 1 hour.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? So due to some technical error, I am not able to open my camera right now. Is that okay?
Yeah,
How
that's
will you
fine.
share your
You can share your
presentation
screen.
then?
Okay, once. Mm. So is my screen shared?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
hello everyone. It's me, Angelina Kaista, and I'm a student from Southwestern State College of 4th semester BBM faculty. And today I'm here about to present my idea on the business idea on the topic of making healthy choices more convenient. So, it is a business innovation in a fresh food retail. So my major objective of this idea is to make the consumer more convenient in the healthy food sector by providing them a packaged food items. So the core problem, before entering into the core problem, I would like to start with a simple statement. We all know that the consumption of healthy food is very essential for our life. In spite of knowing it is very important in our life, we don't consume it every single day. So why does this happen? Because of the inconvenience. The healthy food brings us the inconvenience as we have to buy them from the local stores, wash them, peel them, cut them, pack them, carry them, and at the end we can finally consume it. Whereas in the ready-made packed food item, we can easily consume it. We can easily purchase it from any supermarkets, open it and consume it. This saves our lot of time and our efforts in the food consumption. So here, the basically consumer pays for their convenience and not for the food. So the core problem here is the busy lifestyle of every people, preparation efforts, portability of the healthy foods, wastage, convenience gap. So here, when convenience becomes the dedicating factor, consumer often chooses packaged snacks over fresh fruits. So not because they are healthier, but because they are easier to consume. At the end, consumer doesn't reject healthy food, they actually reject the inconvenience that is faced by them. So talking about the innovations and solutions, our solution is to innovate a fresh Go Nepal where the fruits is ready, fresh and convenient. Our main motive is not changing what people eat, it is actually changing how they access to it. We provide ready-to-eat fruits, pack cups under the hygienic conditions. So how it works? It works in very different steps, and the first step is to partnership or make a contract with the agriculture sector people or any local farmers to source a premium quality fresh product. Second step is to wash, peel and cut them. Third step is to pack and seal them. And the fourth step is to distribute to convenient locations. And the fourth step is the ready-to-eat fresh products is served. And how consumer can access to it? A consumer can access to it through different protocols like supermarkets and convenience stores, colleges and office, cafes and gyms, online orderings and delivery. And the major motive of this idea is provide the consumer the benefits. So what are the benefits? The benefits are consumer can save their time, ready to eat, healthy alternative to snacks, easy to carry, convenient portion size, no extra efforts required. So the market dynamics and the revenue model. The market dynamics is that our major targeted market are students, travelers, hospital visitors, fitness enthusiasts, and office workers, where our business can get the major market opportunity because there is a very growing demand for the healthy food, convenience, grab and go product, and ready to eat. So talking about the revenue model, our revenue source can be retail sales, like that includes the supermarkets, online delivery, including food delivery apps like Foodmandu, Bose, and many more. The corporate supply like office and companies, and the institutional sales, including the school, hospitals, and gyms. So the marketing strategy is given in this box where we have separated the different kind of products that we can produce in our company and its a selling price and its estimated cost, and we can see the profit we can gain per package. So the profit example is we can sell let us suppose we sell the regular mixed fruit which the selling price is rupees 150 and its estimated cost is rupees 130. So here we can gain the profit of rupees 20 where the net profit is 20% of the selling price. Here we can see the gross profit per day we can gain around rupees 4,000. So similarly, if this goes around the one packet can be sold 200 per day, then at the 26 operating days we can get the profit of monthly around 1,04,000. So after I mentioned this pricing strategy, most of you must have think that why will consumer pay more for the packaged food items instead of buying the whole product? So I would like to give one example, like people often buy the bottled water instead of carrying it from home. Why? Because the buying is more convenient than carrying from home. People buy the bottled water whenever it is needed for them or whenever they feel the requirement. So we also follow the same strategy. We don't follow the product. We actually sell the convenience. We actually focus on saving the time to the people and the consumer. So the education teams and the call to action are, I'm actually looking for the advisor that are specialized in food safety and fresh food processing, supply and cold chain management, food packaging and sustainability, digital marketing and retail distribution. I'm also seeking for the partners to run a 3-month pilot project with the colleges and universities, office and cooperative organizations, supermarkets and convenience stores. And the seed investment, I'm seeking around rupees 10 to 15 lakh to launch the pilot covering packaging and equipment, initial food sourcing, cold storage transport, marketing and branding, technology and development. So for my contact details, I have provided in here. So if you have any more confusion regarding my business idea and my business innovation regarding the Fresh Go Nepal, you can even scan my QR code and get more information about it. So I would like to close, or I would like to leave you with one final thought, that everyday people choose convenience over the nutrition. So what if we made nutrition just as convenient? Why don't we make healthy choice the easiest one? Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Angelina, for the nice pitch. I have a
Yes,
couple
sir.
of questions. So,
Yes.
so your slides were not super, clearly visible to me. So I was not clear about like what are some of the products that you're planning to create.
Actually, I was planning to create a portable, small size packaged food items, which is more convenient and easily accessible to every
Right,
consumers.
right. But
And
like right? So what are you planning to package? I understand the packaging part, like, but what food are you planning on packaging?
I'm actually going to package the fresh and convenient fruits, so like apples, bananas, grapes,
Mhm.
pineapples, and many more like that. That is more
I
convenient
see.
and that is more healthier choice for every person.
Okay. So are there similar products available in the market? And if there are, how are you planning to compete with them?
Yes, that's a valid question. I was actually prepared for this question. So there are the similar strategy followed by the many different companies, not many, only some, but still in the context of Nepal, many people are not aware of it. Even in the many super stores, in the big stores like Big Mart, Salisbury, we cannot find the sliced and cut prepared food, Even we can find the whole product or the whole fruit, but we don't find the sliced and well prepared fruit. So I guess it is not very much hard competition in the market, as many people are not aware. And if we do the correct strategy and correct marketing with digitally, even by using the reels, Instagram reels, TikToks, and many more websites, social sites, we can easily compete in the market. Thank you,
Cool.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick suggestion that
Yes,
might
sir.
be useful, right? So rather than just focusing on the convenience that you're just like, preparing the food, cleaning up and cutting and, presenting in like a nice form,
Yes, sir.
like a USP for this kind of product could be that, you work with the nutritionists, dietitians, and try to create a package, right? Which kind of like
Yes.
meets I don't know, which kind of meets some like nutritional standards, or which provides some level of like nutrition. So I think like focusing on the nutrition part rather than just the packaging part, and marketing it for like some specific kind of target audience might be more useful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's all from my side.
That's a good suggestion. Actually, I have thought regarding this, but the thing is, I was planning to do this business idea in the overall sector, and if this business market or the business idea grows up, I will make this more specific to the person, like the person suffering from the diabetes. They doesn't consume the fruits like mangoes, sugarcane, and we will specify the fruits for them. It's similarly like for the gym freaks or the people who joins the gym, they consume the banana that are of certain proteins and of a certain kind. So as the growing marketing, we can utilize or we can follow this suggestion too. Actually, I have thought about this.
Yeah, awesome. You're right. Like I think, in Nepal, like what is missing in a lot of products is like it doesn't contain the nutritional information, right? How much like carbs, how many grams of proteins and things like that, right? So focusing on the nutrition part and like having a proper like label with the accurate nutrition information, I think that might be like a unique selling proposition for this kind of product. And also like, whenever we buy the fruits separately, for example, right, we don't right, it's hard to buy everything because things are expensive, right? But if you can combine like a wide variety of the things that people wouldn't normally buy, right? If you can like put something interesting, I don't know, that might kind of like attract the customers, because like it has some components which they wouldn't buy usually, right? If you just put like bananas and apples, which we usually have at our homes, right? But if you put in
Yes,
some
sir.
interesting fruits like, I don't know, dragon fruit or
Dragon fruits, kiwi.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, you got me so much awesome idea. Thank you, sir. So much convenient.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any more queries? Sabika ma'am?
Just my query is that being a vegetarian myself, I face a lot of issues while picking foods for myself. So, are there some pretty options that you're bringing for vegetarians as well?
Fruits are itself a food for vegetarian, I guess. I don't think we have to include some separate fruits for vegetarian. What do you think? Like we can include the fruits like oranges and jackfruits, kiwi, and as sir
Just in
mentioned,
case
dragon fruits.
you are thinking of foods, some bringing in some foods.
Food, you are mentioning food.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can think about the food too, but right now I'm thinking of fruits, like packaging of fruits. So till now I haven't thought about food, but I guess in upcoming projects I will think of it too. Thank you, ma'am.
Also, what if the what are you planning of the foods that are expired and it goes? What will you be doing with the waste products as well? Have you thought of the backlogs that comes with the business?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I have thought about the backup. So, as we all know that the one product waste is the another product resources, I'm thinking of doing another side business related to this, like creating a smoothie or the fruit drinks, so that if one fruit get expires or not actually expire, or it gets what to say, that leftover fruits, then we can return it back from the supermarkets. We can collect it all and we can check it. We can check its hygiene and we can sanitize it, and we can sell by doing the smoothie or doing any fruit drinks convenient to the people.
Okay, all the best.
Yes, ma'am. Any more questions?
I think that's all for now. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Like, I was about to open my camera, but my camera isn't working on the last minute. I'm so sorry for that.
Yeah, that's okay. You did good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next pitch, please.
Next team. Next team. Quickly, you can share your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, I'm about to share.
First, you need to tell your topic and name. And then you can start.
Yeah, I don't think we can see your screen.
Is it shared?
Here it goes. Okay, good.
Okay, so it's me, Karishma Shrestha. My topic is about Project Himalaya, an AI-powered landslide early warning system for Nepal. It's triggering because I have heard a lot of news regarding it in the recent times. So I've thought of it in the early time, but not in a business model. But after the news have come, I've realized that there is a market in Nepal and we can expand it. So Project Himalaya, an AI-powered landslide early warning system for Nepal. It's a natural hazard detection framework. For me, it's pretty personal. So the core problem is the Nepal's crisis, the landslide vulnerability, like Nepal faces devastating monsoons, landslide causing tragic loss of life, infrastructure that have been built 30 years ago or that have been poured hard, and all the accessories as well as people's lifetime income. These disasters trigger not just lives but economic disruption across hydropower, tourism, and transportation sectors, which can trigger the overall GDP of our country. So the current disaster management remains like reactive, uh, issuing late warnings after risks escalates and climate change intensifies, whether these hazards uh, are yet in the reason of lack of proactive or they do need some kind of help. The government also acts in a reactive way, whether to send the backup teams, the rescue operations also reacts in a reactive manner. So we have our project. The technology core is low-cost IoT Internet of Things sensors monitoring soil moistures, rainfalls, and vibration integrated underground. So the datas like ML models and SIR models also ensure that the data are highly accurate and the predictions are highly accurate. The user access is we can deploy multi-channel communication, including real-time alerts via SMS, whether the problem is in the internet. So in every part of our Nepal, we can't have the access of internet. So we have one as well as SMS models for mobile applications. And we also have planned the high alert of sirens in local highly landslide prone areas so that we can buy some time for the peoples over there. The dedicated mobile applications and comprehensive dashboard designed for internet basis, especially for municipalities and emergency agencies, so that they can deploy the backups as well as rescue teams on time. So we can save some time to save the peoples as well as some important data documents on time for those peoples. The critical impact is proactive risk management, enabling early evacuations and road closures through satellite integrations, again, IoT connectivity, Internet of Things for remote hazardous zones. So these market dynamics and revenue. First, I'll just review the slides. The market dynamics are we have targeted our audience in 753 municipalities, 100 plus hydropower plants, and focused on critical infrastructures like stakeholders, including disaster agencies, insurance companies, road authorities, and many of the construction sectors. The 753 million US ecosystem works in this country because a lot of construction company might be planning to work in the particular prone landslide areas, but what if the landslide occurs? The investment also goes to the loss. So my plan is not just to sell my ideas or the products or the system app to just buyer or general public. We are going to B2B and B2G. We are selling the... Hello? Is there any problem? So we are
Please
selling...
continue.
So we are selling this service, the SAS model, subscription model, ranging from basic alert to enterprise systems, from government to construction agencies and to many insurance companies, hydropower systems, investors. So we have a plan of achieving high margins through low-cost IoT deployments and stable recurring service revenue streams. We are seeking seed investment to develop our minimum viable product and deploy a pilot IoT sensors networks in high-risk zones. Our focus includes climate tech advisors and partners for 3 months pilot addressing disaster risk management. These are my contact numbers, and all the thing is, the problem isn't about why the landslide happens or what is the way to stop it. So the problem is we can't stop the landslide, but after the execution of this project, at least the thing we can do is we can buy some time to evacuate and save people's with their infrastructure. And the insurance company also ensures that the damages can be reinvested. That's my quick presentation, and I'm ready for questions.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karisma ji. Karisma, I have one question regarding your presentation. Actually, very nice presentation and very nice idea as well.
Thank you, sir.
Regarding problems and solution, you clearly mentioned what are the problems related to climate, disaster hazards in the context of Nepal, and how can be those hazards and disasters would be managed. You clearly mentioned in your presentation, but my question is regarding to market and business model. What is the investment plan? How much what are you thinking about how much investment required and how the revenue will be generated? Because when we talk about the business model and the market, there should be investment plan, how much investment required, and how the revenue will be generated, and so that the business will be run in the sustainable manner. So, another one aspect is the scaling up of the technology and scaling up the technology and you also mentioned about the target audience and targeted consumers like municipalities, hydro, and other infrastructure. So how you attract, how you sell your ideas and your products to them. Yeah. So my question is regarding to market and business model. Yeah.
So we have planned this, like this is a opportunity for making profit as well as doing something or giving back to the community. So first of all, let's talk about the cost. It might cost about 753 million in dollars. It isn't about just deploying few particular sensors in just one region. So I'm talking about the whole area of Nepal. If we cut down the areas and just stick to about like Sindipalchok, Dolkha, Rashua, Gorkha, Thading, or 20 other areas where, according to my research of ICI MOD of Nepal data for research model, then it might bring the cost down. But moving toward the cost, we have assumed about 753 millions in the cost, and it is profitable because I have planned a detailed selling model for like if we are selling it for a construction company and the construction companies want just alert or messaging app, and just before the damage happens or landslide occurs, then it's 3 lakh per year. And if it's a premium plan and they want us to inform them before time or inform them some valuable information about what are they like inclined landslides and where the particular landslide might occur exactly with the focus of their business, then it's 10 lakh per month. And for the insurance company, it goes in three ways, whether it's minimum, whether it's premium, or whether it's intermediate, like 3 lakh, 5 lakh, and 10 lakh. 3 lakh is just for uh, information basis, that like there won't be any dashboards. As I've already told, that as AES service is like we will be developing our dashboards and apps where there will be generated our landslide previous landslide data will be collected, and on that basis our sensors which have been already been placed in those landslide prone areas, there will be some information data after the movement or shakes of the grounds or like inclines. Then we'll have those information provided to the insurance company as well as the construction hydropower company, mainly for the construction areas where there is highest profit, whether they should work in that particular area or not, whether they should build the particular things like houses, housing sectors, or any kind of investment where they are planning, not just based on the basis of it's rain, like that area is prone to raining or it has past earthquake records. We examine all those details, whether it has past areas of landslide records, or even after false alarm, we just don't stick to
Could
one
you keep your
particular
response
things.
short? I think, yeah, we're running out
Yeah.
of time. Could you keep your response short?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I understand your response. Yeah. So
Um,
I'm so
you
sorry.
have that long-term business plan. Yes.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
already told in the starting of the video that I mean in my starting of the presentation, it's a critical topic for me, as if you have read the Gorkha news,
Okay. Thank you.
I've related
Yeah,
it to
cool.
it. So any more questions?
Maybe I'll just ask a very quick but technical
Okay.
question.
I'll
So
try
my
to answer
question
quick.
is, so my question is, so why do we need these sensors, right? Why cannot this problem be solved with satellite imaging? Because, like if you are deploying these sensors, then, like it's not clear to me, like, in what quantity, right? In what density you require these sensors. But like if you have satellite imaging, then, you don't need to add anything. You just need to get access to the satellite images, right? So why do we need this solution?
So our government recently has been working on the satellite images from the Korean satellites, like GK24, but it's still not effective, right? According to my research, because we are still in a reactive approach. We want something to be proactive, like before it happens, even if it's 30 minutes, 1 hour, or 24 hours before the landslide, a person could easily move its things and evacuate or back in the site where the landslide happens, so that they can save their lives, they can save their personal belongings and leave the area, because life is what matters for us.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we can move on to the next presenter.
Next presenter, quickly join.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, please.
Please
You
go
can
ahead.
continue.
Is my slide sharing?
Yeah, we can see your slides.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge our chief patron, executive patron, STEAM advisor, judges, and the organizing team of an international virtual conference on Innovate Green Business 2020. Here's my slide. It's an honor to present my idea today. It's me, Salisa Bandari, a BBS fourth-year student, and my idea is Farm digital traceability for authentic organic product. With that, let me begin into the slide. Let me ask you a quick question. If you see the word organic on a product in a supermarket, will you buy it immediately? Will you buy it immediately or will you want to verify it first? The problem is today consumers often have no way to verify that claim. Some product may carry an organic label without proper verification. Meanwhile, genuine farmers spend time and money meeting certification standards, but still have to compete with those who skip the process. And the verification system is still itself often relies on manual inspections and paper records, making it slow and difficult to verify. So we have a simple but serious problem. Consumer lack trust and honest farmer lose out. That is the gap Farm is designed to solve. The system currently rewards the shortcut, not the standard, and this is not hypothetical. It is already happening in Nepal right now in many categories in all the shop. We can see, like, let's take an example. We might have heard about the Niwari Chamal. It is the rice sold in Kathmandu under a name tied to a local heritage, which turned out to be a grain imported from India and repackaged with no way for a buyer to trace where it actually came from. So, and under the next one is Jumla beans, reported by Kathmandu Post just last month. Beans grows with fertilizer in low altitude district, routinely approached or sold under the Jumla's premium mountain grown name. And another close to our own space, Krishi Fresh, a well vegetable brand, was caught buying product from Kathmandu's Balgu wholesale market and reselling it as their own farm organic output. Three different product, three different supply chain, and three different points to failure as well. That gap is clearly exactly where the Farm sits. Next one is innovation and solution. The Farm builds trust on records, not on the labels alone. Every certified farm gets GPS tagged, tamper evident inspection records, and continuous spot checks between renewal cycles, not just once a year audit. For shopper, it's the three steps: scan the product first or search it in a dedicated organic section. Then our database instantly matches it into a real certification and farm label records. And final one is the buyer says authentication status confirmed right there in the store, and the honest farmer finally gets a fair advantage over anyone who's skipped certification. This is exactly what would have got all of those examples like Diwali Chamal, Krishi Fresh before the sale, not after the news story. So moving into the market dynamics and revenue, now let's look at the market potential and how Farm can generate revenue. Our target market has three main groups: certified organic farms and cooperative supermarkets and retail partners. And the main one is the health conscious consumers. The demand for traceability is also growing as consumers and supply chains place more importance on trustworthy product information. Our model is simple. Consumer use Farm for free while farm pay an affordable subscription, and retailers are comparatively pay based on the uses or volume, like a monthly subscription or something like that. And for our 90-day initial pilot form, we estimate an investment required of around 20 lakh with an initial target of 60 firms, 10 cooperatives, 10 retail partners. We project around 30 lakh in the first 2-year revenue. So our goal is not only to build trust, but to build a scalable and sustainable business around that trust. So moving into the execution team and call to action, to get VeriFarm from idea to pilot, we are looking for an advisors on certification body partnership and secure database architecture. A certification body or pharma cooperative willing to run a stage pilot, an early adopter farms and one retail partner willing to test and store verification, technical collaborators and introductions into Nepal's organic agriculture community, and for seed investment to fund further platform development, inspector training, farm onboarding, and the pilot. And with this, VeriFarm is that system. So Newari Chamal, Jumla beans, crucifix, these stories keep repeating because there is no system to stop them. VeriFarm is that system. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, Salisa. I think it's a really interesting idea that you presented today. I had one question for you. The question goes, so a verification system or a certification system is really built around the idea of trust and what you can actually trust and what you cannot. Being a private body and not a governmentally run organization or nonprofit, when you are actually a business, how do you plan to distinguish yourself and actually become something that people can trust? What's your plan regarding that?
So we are planning to first make our inspection team and make the inspection team work onto our whatever retail partners we are working on with. With that, we will be capturing our online photos, videos, and inspection records. And as we told about the GPS tag system, we will be presenting that as well in our system, which will make, I guess, customer more trustable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
I think that's all. Thank you so much, Larissa. I think we can move to the
Thank you.
next presenter.
Thank you.
I think next student can join quickly.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please.
Hello? Okay. Okay. Screen share. I am doing screen share. Yes. Voice. Okay. iPhone sends the way we see the technology. Ferrari became a symbol of Italian excellence. What if Nepal could have a luxury brand that make a world to say, wow, it's Nepali. So, good afternoon, everyone, respected judges, teachers, and my dear friends. So, my name is Anu Babukarni, a BBM student, Bachelor of Business Management student from Southwestern State College. Today, I am presenting not just a carpet, but I am presenting the Himalaya, a luxury lifestyle experience. So, luxury you can feel and heritage you can play. So, today in luxury homes, we have everything: smart TV, smart light, smart speaker, and sometimes even smart refrigerator. So, but despite all this smart technology, families spend much more time looking at the screen rather than looking at each other. So, at the same time, another story is being forgotten. Our Nepali artisans spend more than 1 month creating beautiful carpets. So, but their story is being remain invisible. So I asked myself, what if we could sell not just a carpet, but a reason for the families to gather, to play, and create memories together. So I thought, why can't? So I thought, why can't a carpet do more than just a room decoration? So this how the Himalaya was born. So the Himalaya package includes luxury handmade Nepali carpet, interactive game with a wooden set, a smart NFC, which means near field communication, and the QR, quick response, gold level to prove that it is authentic, sustainable, and eco-friendly, and it is ethically sourced. So, but the best part is this: the carpet becomes a place where family connect. Imagine a Friday evening, the phones are put away, the run games are comes out, parents smile, children laugh, grandparents sharing their stories, friends enjoy the moment together. That's the kind of luxury we want to create. So, with one tap on the QR, with the one tap on the QR, the customer can see who makes this product, who makes this carpet, who makes this wooden product. Yeah. So where it is come from, and they also can see how their purchase can support the Nepalese artisan. So so our revenue, so our customers luxury. So for whom the Himalaya is made for the people who believe that it is more than just a carpet, it is more than just a price tag. For the luxurious person who feels that luxury is more than just a price tag. Luxury homeowners who want something special, something unique. And the hotel and resorts that want guests to remember their stay. And the families who want quality life. And customers around the world who care about the ethical and sustainable product and the luxury. So we earn the revenue through the premium carpet sets, along with the wooden games, to make entertainment, to make a environment where they can share their feelings, to make them closer. And we also earn money through the costume designs, and we do partnership with the hotels, resorts, and we can also get income through the gift collections. So so call to action. So we focus on the sustainability. We focus on the ethical sourcing. We focus on the luxury for the premium product, premium person. So this Himalaya not only covers our floor. It is not just it is not just like a normal carpet. It covers your house with the beautiful stories. So it is the brand the world remembers. And because real luxury is not just what you own, it is about how it makes you feel. So thank you, everyone. So that's all my presentation. Thank you for giving your specific time, valuable time. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Anup, for your pitch. Yes. So my question is, so it seems like a pretty unconventional idea, right? Because, like games are not something that we expect on carpets. So any specific reason, like why you choose to put this kind of idea into these carpets rather than, because you can have like a separate board game or something like that, and a separate carpet, right? Why combine them together? Like, did you do any kind of like market study or something like that? Just curious. Thanks.
Yes, I do market strategy, and I know more closer to this. I am more closer to this carpet industry, and I think that uh, um, when we work with the local artisans, it has to increase. It has to increase our country economy, as well as I need to sell this product as a premium product. I want to sell this product as a premium product, uh, just like iPhone brand. Just like iPhone brand, I also want to establish this brand as a premium brand. It preserves traditional skills, I think, which helps to support social sustainability. And the carpet games, if we add wooden games, wooden wooden games. If we play wooden games in this carpet, it helps to engage people. In the Friday, it helps to make people closer. And carpet is also known as the luxurious product in the world. In the European and American country, there is a high demand of the handmade Nepali carpet. So with the help of, I have already showed, with the help of QR, they can see that it is ethically sourced. And I want to establish this as a premium brand in the world. I want to, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Anup.
Any questions? No, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the next presenter can start now.
If there is no question, another participant can join. Prasham, are you there? I
Hello.
think he's facing some problems.
Hello.
Yeah, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I am here, but I fear the internet connection here might disrupt me. Therefore, that was the reason I heard you quite late. But is it okay now at the moment?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. So shall I begin?
Yes, please. Yes.
Share screen.
By the way, are you sharing your screen? I don't think we can see it. Yeah, now we can't hear
Hello.
you either.
I'm trying to open this PPT. It is already opened, but somehow I'm facing trouble in sharing it.
Yeah, maybe you can cancel it and then try it again. Yeah, try
Okay, sir.
unsharing and then share it again. Yeah, just to help with the connection, maybe like turn off your video. That might help as well.
Is it working now?
No, not the screen. We can hear you. We can see a video, but not the screen.
Is it still happening? In my screen, the PPT is being shown.
I can see it on my end now.
Oh, you can see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
I
It
can't,
is
but maybe
visible,
you
right?
can move on if others can see it.
I need to make sure first of all. Hello. Am
Prashant,
I
we can
audible?
hear you and we can very much see your screen.
It means a green signal, right? I can start.
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Is my video there?
Yes, there is. Please begin.
Okay, sir. So, first of all, let me introduce Recraft Nepal to every one of you. Can you guess how these products are made? These are actual products and actual photographs. Can you guess how these products that the girl is keeping in her hands, how they are made? Do you have any idea? So, well, they are basically made from plastic. As you can see in the first picture, it is chicken flavor Wi-Fi wrapper. Uh, and the main idea of this Recraft Nepal is to prepare products like this. So, good morning, judges. I am Prasam Gimire, the Idea Stage founder of Recraft Nepal. Today, I am pitching how we can turn Kathmandu's waste into wonder using AI-assisted valorization for a circular city. But first, let me show you why this matters. Every single day, Kathmandu generates 2,700 tons of solid waste. Most of it is dumped or burned, but not processed. Plastic sits in our landfills and river banks, which is very unfortunate. As a matter of fact, plastic does not decay for more than 500 years. And here is the number that hurts. There is zero structured system today that turns dumping site wastes into products or generates any kind of jobs for local people or anybody, not just the local people. There are no jobs available for people who want to help or contribute or even for the sake of money. Uh, there is no such platform for them uh, by which they can earn money, and that business model can turn waste into wonder like this Recraft Nepal. So why do we choose it with two plants, one system and a little help from AI? Step 1, we source plastics, paper and organic wastes. We collect them from various dumping sites. We will never, hopefully, collect those waste from school, colleges, households because of logistic hurdles, right? The best sweet spots for us is river banks around Kathmandu. No household collection needed. Step 2, AI processes that waste. How? Computer vision sorts materials by polymer type and grade. For plant uh, 1, generative AI suggests upcycled products design that tourists actually want to buy. They help to regulate and measure temperature, moisture, timing, and so on. Basically, plant 1 is for plastic and paper waste. Plant 2 is for organic waste, through which we can create fertilizers. Step 3, we deliver. Plant 1 yields upcycled souvenirs and exports goods. Plant 2 yields compost and fertilizer for local farmers. Same sourcing team, dual revenue stream. Zero waste to landfill. Plant 1 for plastics, papers, and so on, and plant 2 is for organic wastes. I think the idea is clear. Overall, it might sound good, but let me show you what makes it even worth money. So Our market is already there. Kathmandu sees over 1 million of tourists every year. The even greater factor or the plus point for us is most of the tourists, they directly land into Kathmandu when they want to visit Nepal. So Kathmandu is like the transit for most of the tourist people. Uh, they are necessarily not rational consumers. In economics, we have an assumption of rational consumer, but the tourists who come and visit Nepal, they are usually not rational, and most of them are here to spend money and travel. So that is another plus point for us. Nepali farmers are shifting from organic fertilizers to chemical fertilizers. That's a tragedy we are seeing right now. Demand is growing double digits every year for compost and fertilizers. Here is how the math at pivot scale for upcycled products, our raw material cost is nearly zero. Why? Because we pay waste picker cooperatives if there are any, but as far as I am concerned, there are zero waste picker cooperatives in Nepal. There are a few companies that pick wastes from household, but they directly dump it into the river banks. So we can talk with the municipalities or the government to collect those waste and source them into our plant, which will be located in Kathmandu. Because if we have those plants in Kathmandu, it would be easier for us to sell our products directly into tourist areas like Thamel, Basantapur, etc. For compost, organic waste is free input because processing and bagging might cost about rupees 15 per kilogram. Will sell and we sell uh, and we sell it to farmers for about 100 to 200 rupees. That is a huge margin. That um, at pilot scale, at the initial stage, selling just 150 or 200 units and 800 kilos of compost monthly can generate can make uh, can put us into a stage of break-even point within 5 or 6 months. To hit those numbers, we need a right team and right people. So I am driving this concept end to end from the waste site sourcing model to AI assisted design and go to market ready products, recruiting a technical co-founder and operations lead to strengthen the execution. Today, we are seeking investment of 25 to 30 lakhs for a 6-month Kathmandu pilot that secures 2 to 3 sourcing sites, set up both micro plants and hires our first 25 to 30 local workers. Monthly burn is roughly 4 to 5 lakhs, and this gives us a full 6-month runway to prove unit economics and lock in pre-orders. The waste is already there. The buyers are there. We are just missing the bridge. Help us build it. Thank you. I have given all of my contact details here. So this is not just a pitch. This is a call for action. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prasham, for your pitch. I have one question, and the question is
Request to please stick to the timing for the presentation. It's just 5 minutes, and based on that, only evaluation will be done. So, rest of the participant, please make a note.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Um, so my question is, there are already a lot of waste to handicraft product kind of enterprises in Nepal. And I'm curious about like what unique selling proposition you are bringing to the product, right? I understand that you are bringing in AI, but it's like part of the process, right? But how does it reflected? How does it get reflected in the final product, right? From the perspective of the customer, like what is the unique selling proposition that you're bringing to this product?
Thank you for the question, sir. Talking about how we can use AI uh, in this plant, I would answer it in this way. First of all, we source the inputs, that is the waste products. We measure them, how many like how many kilos, how many tons, and we give input to AI, and that will help us create designs. Uh, but we should make sure that the input we give to the AI is correct. So that way AI can design the products and it would be easy for us to make and craft those products. We are using local workers, plus another plan that we have is we can hire old age people, or old age people like my grandfather used to make agarbatti in our home, and he would
I
give
see.
it back.
So I think I understand your point. So just a follow-up question, which is, so the point of using the AI here is to kind of help with the design process so that you are coming up with like better designs than what we already have. Because eventually, right, like the people who are, you know, making the product are the artisans, right, which are already there. So you are kind of like using AI to facilitate the designing process so that you kind of come up with better designs for the final product. Is that the point?
Yes, sir. And previously you had asked me, there are other enterprises in Nepal who are reusing and recycling those products. But from my research, there is one NGO that does this work. That it is named as Samdan. I have not I don't know its full form. It is quite long. SAMDAN is the NGO. But it has zero. I have been to its plant, but it is not producing those goods for selling. It is just as NGO, it is neither doing marketing job or in nor interested in selling those products.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant,
Am I audible?
kindly join.
Let me share my screen. Just a 1 minute. Is it okay?
Please share your slide.
Just a minute, ma'am. Is it okay? Hello? Hello?
Once you share, if it is visible, we will say okay.
Okay, okay. What's wrong? Just a minute. I don't know why it's not working.
Yes, it's visible now. You can start.
Okay, okay. So, good afternoon, respected judges, teachers, and everyone present. My name is Sudipa Regmi, and I have my team member Onu Basnet from BSW faculty. And today we are very pleased to present our business idea, Waste to Wealth Women's Cooperative on the track one, socio-economic green innovations. Uh, our tagline is turning waste into income, empowering women and building greener communities. So let me begin with a simple question. What if the waste we throw away every day could become someone's source of income? Our idea is based on exactly this possibility. Waste is usually seen. Uh, Waste is usually seen as a problem, but we believe that with proper collection, creativity, and entrepreneurship, waste can become a valuable resource. At the same time, many women have limited opportunities to earn a stable income and develop entrepreneurial skills. So instead of solving this problem separately, our cooperative connects them into one sustainable business solution. So let's dive into second slide, the core problem. Our project addresses three major challenges: environmental, social, and economic. First, we have environmental problems. Plastic and solid waste are increasing. Poor segregation, illegal dumping, open burning, and pollution of rivers and communities continue to affect our environment. Second, there is a social challenge. Let me put this problem in the context of Nepal. According to the World Bank assessment, urban Nepal generates approximately 4,900 tons of solid waste every day, or around 1.8 million tons annually. At less than half of the waste generated in urban areas is estimated to be collected. At the same time, around 13% is plastic and 8% is paper, showing that a significant share of the waste stream has potential for recovery and reuse. So for us, this is not simply a waste problem, it is also an economic opportunity. Instead of allowing valuable materials to be discarded, our cooperative wants to be recover them and transform them into products and income. And most importantly, we want women to be at the center of this process, not only as workers but as entrepreneurs, decision makers, and cooperative owners. Many women face unemployment, limited income opportunities, financial dependence, and lack of entrepreneurial skills. And third, there is an economic problem. Valuable materials such as plastic, paper, cloth, glass, and organic waste are often thrown away instead of being used to create economic value. So we see an important opportunity. Uh, Waste can become products, but products can generate income. And uh, and income can create empowerment. Slide 3, our innovation and solution. Our solution is a women-led waste to wealth cooperative. The process is simple. First, we collect waste from households, schools, hotels, office, and municipal collection centers. And second, we sort and clean it. Materials such as plastic, paper, cloth, glass, metal, and organic waste are separated and prepared for reuse. Third, we create products. Women members will transform these materials into useful and eco-friendly products such as cloth bags, flower pots, handmade notebooks, eco bricks, and storage products, and also decorative items we can add. Fourth, we sell these products to households, schools, hotels, nurseries, NGOs, municipalities, and local businesses. But the most important part of our solution is the role of women. Women will not simply be workers; they will become collectors, designers, manufacturers, salespersons, and cooperative owners. Uh, these make the project not only a recycling business but also a model of women's economic empowerment and community development. We also plan to introduce a smart waste to wealth application that can help households request waste collection, earn recycling rewards, and allow women to record their collection and track their earnings. Okay, now market dynamics and revenue. Now let us look at how this idea can become financially sustainable. Our potential customers include households, schools, hotels, restaurants, plant nurseries, NGOs, municipalities, and local businesses. We will have four major revenue resources. Okay, so for 60% will come from product sales. This include bag, flower pots, compost, furniture, eco bricks, notebooks, and other recycled products. Second, 20% will come from waste collection contracts, particularly through partnerships and municipalities and institutions. Third, 10% will come from training programs. We can provide recycling, waste management, and green entrepreneurship training to schools, youth, gaps, and communities. And finally, 10% will come from CSR partnerships, where private companies can support women's livelihoods and environmental initiatives. This diversified revenue model is important because we do not want the cooperative to depend only on donations. Okay, so our goal is to build a business that can gradually generate its own income and sustain its activities. For the last slide, education and call to actions. So how will we make this idea a reality? We will begin with a pilot project in one municipality or selected community. First, we will form and train women cooperative members. Then we will establish partnership with households, school, business, and the municipality for waste collection. Next, uh, next we will. Oh my god. Next we will go on sustainable income. Then we will go on stronger local communities, and then uh, sorry. Next, we will establish a small sorting and production system and begin producing our first range of eco-friendly products. At the same time, we will introduce simple digital tracking for waste collection products and women's earnings. Finally, we will measure our results, such as the amount of waste collected, income generated, women employed, and products sold. For this, we are looking for municipal and community partners for a 3-month pilot advisors in waste management, product design, and social enterprise, and seed support for training, equipment, and digital development. As social work students, we believe that development should not only address problems but also create opportunities for people to become self-reliant, empowered, and active participants in their communities. Waste to Wealth Women's Cooperative brings together environmental.
Excuse me, Sudeepa, you
Ma'am,
have to quickly wind up.
Yeah, ma'am. Let me just conclude this. Okay, so Waste to Wealth Women's Cooperative brings together environmental sustainability, women's empowerment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Our message is simple: when women lead and communities recycle, waste becomes wealth. Thank you so much for listening. Any questions?
Next, can you join quickly?
Hello, hello.
James, Guru.
Hello, hello. Is my sound coming?
Please share your slide.
Okay. Can you see me? Yeah, like that.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. So my name is James Glenn, and I'm building Celiva, which is an turning every social conversation into a sales opportunity. So let's start with a scenario. Let's say you are running an online store and you have an Instagram page, and basically you post the clothes or shoes that are present into your store in Instagram page, and within a few minutes you will get comments like what is the price available, or what is the price of the product, is this medium available or not, do you deliver, can I pay or cash on delivery. Such type of comments and DMs are getting every Instagram page that's running online store. So at first this message would be feel like normal, but when the comments and things are basically a lot, it would be very hard to handle those comments and replies. And also, to solve the problems, I've been building Celiva, which is help you to automate the reply and reasoning the customer intent. So, you know, so Instagram already create demands, but the problem is customer bad experience. So what customer asks to online Instagram pages, what is the price? Is this price? Is this available? Do you have my size? Do you deliver to my location? So these are the simple question customer asked to the Instagram page. But the problem is that, excuse me, the problem is that these pages are manually replied. So the problem is basically the Instagram page sometimes give late replies, and which basically uh, which basically uh, makes customer experience bad, which is not good. And if the customer experience gets bad, if, the customer may go to another Instagram page where we can get better products. So to solve that, as you can see the flow, basically what happens is Instagram notification comes, and the Instagram page user basically open the message, and you will find the product, and you will check the price of the product. Then you will go to its inventory to check whether the product is available or not. And then after all this, basically you will type the reply, is this product available or not. So you can see in this flow, it takes a lot of time, and it can basically makes a user experience bad, which can take around 15 or 20 minutes to reply back. So in that, I've been trying to fix this problem with my Silva. So how my Silva works is, as you can see, it's basically work as an ESS person connected to real business data. So what happened? So how Silva works is, first the AI first the customer DMs to the Instagram groups, like what is the price, what can is this product available or not, and then AI would understand the response that customer give. It will basically see the intent of the customer. Then after that, the AI would check the database whether the product is available or not, and then according to that, it will give valid response, and then the response will be given back to the customer. So, excuse me. So in this process, it will only take around 1 minute or 2 minutes to respond back. So rather than waiting for 15 minutes, my ESS person would reply the message within 1 minute or 2 minutes. And as you can see, here is some example that I have. Here are some examples. Let's say the customer says what is the price, and the AI will be responsible. Who says is like around this much, and then customer would sends the message to you, this size, yes, M size available in black and white. Do you have delivery do you have delivery to my location? Yes, we delivery. Such kind of reply would be given by the AI. So for now, I've been targeting. So for now, I've been targeting customers which are present in Instagram, and I've been focusing on those businesses which basically sells beauty brands, footwear, jewelry, accessories, and clothes related products. So for now, my intention is only to find those businesses who sells this kind of products. And for till now, yeah, I've been thinking like Instagram is the only way, but not. I've been planning to expand my business to WhatsApp, Messenger, TikToks, and Facebook, and Instagram. And I've been planning to make it D2C for now, but later I will be planning to make it B2B. So my
Seems to be James.
excuse me, sir.
Time seems to be up. Thank you so much.
Good, sir.
All right. If any of the judges have any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. So it seems like, right, so you're building an AI to, handle the customer conversations, right? And, I think, this is not something completely unique because somebody else who has some technical skills can also build an AI model which could do something similar. So what is like this unique factor that you're bringing to the plate that will make you stand out?
So you have said it like there are many products, but in Nepal market there's a product which is called Sambar, and we are also doing such kind of thing, but we are in the testing stage, and I've also tried to build this product, and I've used to AI something, but the real question is the AI models are takes AI's charges, which is very expensive. So for now, I haven't done it. So I have built on cool till AI like chat application, and my background is software engineering, so I can build this product. But the real challenging is about server cost, API cost, and distribution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, James, I just have one more question for you. I think it builds on what the last just was just asking. So currently there's a lot of platforms like Zapier, Social Talk, etc., that lets you connect with you also actually free APIs like Gemini, ChatGPT, etc. What really makes your system different? Is it the organizational data structure? Do you have a search system going on, or what really distinguishes what you have?
So you are asking me like what I do now? Excuse me?
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Hello? Can you pardon the question you have asked?
Right, yeah. So my question was, there's already a lot of automation platforms right now, like Zapier, Social Talk, etc., that lets you connect actually in a lot of cases for free with APIs like Google's Gemini, ChatGPT, etc. What is really different in your system that would enable someone to actually buy your system? Is it the organizational data structure that you have, or is it like a special search system? What's really the differentiating factor?
So I have been planning to integrate system. For example, let's say the user can pay, let's say the lab would basically sends the QR or any payment of thing, and the customer would pay, and it will basically automatically check as a payment done. And also I've been planning to let's say the customer can reply in Nepali, in Hindi. So to understand that, I am also planning to do such kind of thing. So I can understand the Nepali or Hindi text also. And another thing is there is a company like Samvad, but I've tested that their project like I've tested that application, but the real problem I've seen that they are not good at Nepali listening. Let's say the user can say kati ho, kitna hai. So when I tested that, basically the AI didn't reply effectively to that thing. So to solve that, I have been planning to build such kind of system where user can say in Nepali or in English, and it would be better to understand such kind of thing.
All right, thank you so much. I think we can move on to the next presenter.
Yes, sir.
Next presenter, quickly share your slide. Anisha Shrestha, empowering community through sustainable business innovation.
Hello, am I audible?
Please share your slide.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Is my screen shared? So good morning, afternoon. I would like to respectfully acknowledge our Chief Executive, esteemed advisor, judges, and the organizing team of the International Virtual Conference on Innovate Green Business 2026. It is an honor to present my idea today. It's me, Anisha
Sorry
Shrestha,
for the
and I am a
interruption,
student of
Anisha.
BBS fourth year
Can you
at
switch on
Southwestern
your
State
camera?
College. Outlook is not just a business,
switch
it
on
is a
your
mission to
camera as
empower
well?
community through sustainable innovation. We are here to prove that environmental responsibilities and economic opportunities can go hand in hand. Today, I will walk you through the problem we are solving, our innovative solutions, and our market
Anisha,
strategy, and finally,
just
how you can
request to
join us
switch
in
on
a
your
greener
camera.
Nepal. Now, let's move on to
Please
the
switch
core
on your
problems.
camera while talking also.
Let me start by addressing the core problem that inspired Outlook. Nepal has a severe plastic pollution crisis. We generate over 5,000 metric tons of solid waste daily, and a significant portion is a single-use plastics. Our waste management infrastructure is simply not equipped to handle this volume. But the problem goes beyond pollution. There is a deep economic challenge there. We are incredibly talented. Local artisans, jute weavers, wood crafters, soap makers who possess generations of skills. However, they lack plastic. They cannot compete with cheap plastics import flooding our market. Meanwhile, eco-friendly products remains expensive and are treated as a luxury for the wealthy. And finally, we face consumer challenges. Here in Nepalis want to make sustainable choices. They see the pollution, they care about the environment, but there is a low awareness about what alternatives exist and how they know that options are created and limited and difficult to find. Now let me introduce you to the solution. Outlook offers a range of particles everyday alternatives to single-use plastics. Let me walk you through each one. First one goes to jute tote bag. We source jute directly from farmers in the Tarai region. This is the golden fiber of Nepal, and it's durable, biodegradable, and a single bag replaces over 500 plastic bags in its lifetime. Second, stainless steel water bottles. These are food grade, BPA free, and designed to last for a year. One bottle eliminates more than 3,000 single use of plastics from entering the environment. Third goes to handmade natural soaps. We use Himalayan botanicals like neems and turmerics, no harmful chemicals, and mostly important, it is zero plastic packaging. It is wrapped in recyclable papers. And finally, eco gift boxes. We include sustainable gift boxes for corporate, tourist, and special occasion combinations. Our product into beautiful plastic-free gifts. Now let's move on to another. Our strong missions requires a sustainable business model. Let me show you how Outlook generates revenue and reaches our customer. Our targeted audience is derived because plastic pollution affects everyone. Students and families are our volume drivers. They are price sensitive, but they buy frequently. Office and corporate houses